Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Israel is suspending 37 aid groups in Gaza and the West Bank, sparking international concern over worsening humanitarian conditions. Passengers are warned of more delays and last-minute cancellations as Eurostar services resume. And from tariffs to ceasefires, we break down Donald Trump's busy first year of his second term. Now, Israel will revoke the licenses of 37 aid groups in Gaza and the West Bank, including Action Aid and the Norwegian Refugee Council, for not meeting new registration rules. The move, which comes into effect tomorrow, has been criticised by foreign ministers from 10 different countries who say it could actually make the humanitarian crisis worse. Israel says aid will still reach people through approved UN and partner channels. For more on this, I'm joined by Dr. Mahema Abu Sada, Associate Professor of Political Science at the Al-Azhar University in Gaza. Doctor, thank you so much for joining me. It's a pleasure to have you on the show. I just want to start with asking, why is Israel revoking permits from humanitarian groups in Gaza?
Well, many thanks, Leigh Ann, for having me. It's always a pleasure to be with you. It seems to me that the Israeli justification for suspending the licenses of 37 international non-governmental organizations isn't really what Israel is saying, that they are not abiding by the rules of the Israeli registrations. I think Israel is determined to make the daily life of the more than 2 million Palestinians as tough, as even much worse than it is right now. We all know that those 37 international organizations are delivering food, relief, aid, and they are also providing medical services to the more than 2 million Palestinians who have lived through the worst catastrophe in the 21st century. And I think Israel is just basically trying to make it much worse for the Palestinians to leave. And I think it's not a coincidence when the U.S. President Donald Trump said 2 days ago when he met with Prime Minister Netanyahu that according to Israeli public opinion polls, probably more than half of the Palestinians would leave if they were given the chance to leave the Gaza Strip. And that's what Israel, I think, is trying to do, to make it much harder, much tougher for the Palestinians to stay in Gaza and basically push them to leave the territory voluntarily, as Israel is basically saying. And at the end of the day, the daily life conditions now are as bad as it is. And by suspending the work of those 37 international non-governmental organizations, I'm very much sure that it's going to make it much worse, especially for the needy, for women, children, handicapped Palestinians, poor families. We all know that 90% of the 2 million Palestinians are living in tents in those inhumane winter conditions right now.
And Doctor, Israel says aid agencies were told about the new requirements and changes all the way back in March. And Israel says they have been given nearly 10 months to comply with these new regulations put in place. So the big question is, why haven't humanitarian groups done this?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, these international agencies who are operating in the Gaza Strip and West Bank basically said that delivering complete information about their staff in the Gaza Strip and West Bank will put their work at risk. That's what their response to the Israeli new registration requirements. And we all have to take into consideration that the situation in Gaza is very grave after 2 years of Israeli war against Gaza and continued Hamas presence. in Gaza. The security situation is very much putting many of those organizations at risk, and that's why I think they do not want to deliver the full names and details of all of their staff in the Gaza Strip. But I think that it's not going to be hard for Israel to basically know who is working for these international organizations. Israel, who is in control of more than half of the Gaza Strip right now, according to Prime Minister Netanyahu, who said more than 2 months ago that Israel is still in control of 53% of the Gaza's territory. Israel, with its intelligence services in the ground, is able to know who is working for these international organizations. I don't really buy that this is the reason why Israel is doing that. It's very obvious to me that the Israeli decision is a political decision to deprive the Palestinians who are in need of this service of sustaining their daily life. It's a measure that is dedicated to basically make the Palestinians leave the Gaza Strip. But also, the decision, by the way, doesn't have to do with the Palestinians in Gaza. It also includes the work of these international organizations also in the West Bank. It's also part of the Palestinian policy right now is to try to sustain their daily life, to try to keep their resilience in the occupied Palestinian territory. But we are always amused by how Israel comes out with new policies and new registrations and new rules to try to make it harder for the Palestinians to stay on their land and to keep their resilience, as they have been trying to do for the past more than 55 years since Israel occupied West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem in 1967.
But you know, Doctor, you just mentioned Hamas to me there, and we've also been speaking about the West Bank and the Middle East and that area right now, and how difficult things are for people, and how Israel is now revoking those licenses of 37 humanitarian groups. But my big question to you is, what is the international community doing? We can all see that this is happening. Many countries came out and said they would recognize a Palestinian state. But listening to you speak and seeing those pictures of horrendous winter weather in Gaza, what is the international community actually going to do to help those people?
Well, Leigh Ann, that is definitely a very good question. And unfortunately, it seems to me that the international community isn't able to help a lot with what the Palestinian people are facing or they are suffering. Yes, what we have today is that 10 European and non-European countries condemned the Israeli decision to suspend the licenses of those 37 international and non-governmental organizations. But in the meantime, the international community, in my opinion, has failed so far to put any measures, whether it's economic measures, commercial measures, or diplomatic measures on Israel to stop its violation of international law and international humanitarian law. Yes, I agree with you that I think it's now about 159 countries who have recognized the Palestinian state on the 1967 borders, but Israeli policies day after day are making it impossible for the creation of a Palestinian state. And the Israeli current government and radical elements within this government, like Minister Smotrich and Minister Ben-Gvir, are saying it publicly that they are not going to allow the establishment of a Palestinian state. They are going to make it impossible for the Palestinians to have a contiguous Palestinian state in the West Bank. Again, it all depends on the power of the United States government. It all depends on the power of President Donald Trump, who would probably and is capable of basically putting enough pressure on Netanyahu to implement his plan, which he revealed about 3 months ago, that at the end of the day will allow the Palestinians for self-determination and Palestinian statehood. Those are items number 18 and 19 of Trump plan, but it's very obvious that Netanyahu made a veto over those items, and he made it clear that a Palestinian state, as he say it, is a danger or a strategic danger for Israel. Now, again...
But Doctor, sorry... sorry to cut in there, just because we're running out of time slightly, but I just wanted to ask you another quick question, if I can. What about Hamas? Because Hamas are said to be gaining power in Gaza right now, and the US, of course, and Israel want them to disarm. They have refused to do that. What is Hamas doing?
It's obvious that Hamas, since the ceasefire has come into effect on October 10th of this year, almost 3 months ago, Hamas has strengthened its presence in the Gaza Strip. It has regained control of the streets of Gaza over the past 3 months. And I think the delay by Israel and Netanyahu to move to the second phase of the Trump plan is basically allowing Hamas to strengthen its presence in the Gaza Strip. I think if Israel were to move from phase 1 to phase 2 and allow the establishment of the Palestinian Technical Committee that will somehow deal with the Hamas political and security presence in Gaza. Again, it seems to me that we are going to see some aspects of that Palestinian Technical Committee presence in Gaza on January 15, as President Trump has stated 2 days ago that on January 15 we will see the deployment of ISF and also the establishment of the Palestinian Technical Committee, which will take the powers from the hands of Hamas to some extent.
Dr. Makhaima Abu Sada, yes, we'll watch to see what happens next year in regards to this ceasefire that was brokered by the US. Thank you so much for your time.
It's always a pleasure.
Now, Eurostar trains through the Channel Tunnel are running again after major disruption during the busy New Year travel period. A power fault and a broken down train caused long delays for thousands of passengers. Services restarted just a few hours ago, but Eurostar is warning there could still be delays or cancellations. For more on this, I'm joined from London by journalist and broadcaster Juliet Foster. Juliet, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. So the good news, I guess, is that Eurostar services have resumed and the Channel Tunnel is now indeed open. But are things running smoothly again for all those passengers wishing to get away?
Well, let's put it this way. If you were planning to leave London to go to Paris just after 6 o'clock this morning, your train would have been cancelled. So you'll hope that you would have actually picked up a later train to get you there so that at least you can get settled in, you can have some lunch and prepare yourself for the evening celebrations in Paris. But look, the reality is that people's arrangements, they have been disrupted. And this whole business started, in fact, yesterday afternoon. This is when it all kicked off. And yes, in fairness to the company, they did have a backup plan in action, and it did appear to work for a bit, and then it broke down. And then you had all of these build-ups developing along the system. In fact, I was reading about reports that you had trains stuck in tunnels and some of them actually getting out of London and going so far into the journey and then having to go back to where they started. Again, a huge problem for some of the travellers because they thought, well, OK, do we hang around and see if we can find somewhere to stay and then perhaps get on a train the following day, or do we just give up? The other interesting thing about this is that, yes, it has been very disruptive, but there is that saying, one man's meat is another man's poison. So if you happen to be one of the aviation companies, if you happen to be on the cut price carriers like EasyJet or Ryanair, then yes, there is the opportunity to pick up that additional passenger slack. The problem, though, is that they have they themselves only have a certain amount of capacity to take this. And of course, the difficulty when something like this arises is that fares do go up. And in fact, I checked the Eurostar site, in fact, for these journeys from London to Paris. And I actually found that on one of the later trains, the fare was over £300. I read somewhere else, in fact, on one of the other reports from a transport reporter writing in about this, that the cheapest flight which they found on one of the national carriers here, leaving London to fly to Paris, was about £600. So this really has been disruptive in more ways than one, because yes, some people have found that they're perhaps getting to Paris or Amsterdam a little bit later than what they intended. So yes, they will get some of their New Year celebrations, but it's also the inconvenience as well. You don't want to travel in a way that's hurried and where you can't really settle into the journey and then just relax for the rest of the day. It's the worry. Am I going to get on that next train? Will I get a seat? How much extra is it going to cost me? So yes, services are moving. When will they get back to normal? Well, that could be, who knows, perhaps over the end of the day, perhaps over the weekend when things really do settle back down. But again, it is a bit embarrassing and very exasperating if you're one of those travellers who was caught in this.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you say, it's that not knowing what's going to come next. And of course, you know, we can't forget that this is one of the busiest travel weeks of the year. Passengers were stranded on Eurostar trains overnight, as you did say, in all different places, on the tracks, in the tunnels. It was very difficult for people to get from place to place. What caused this widespread disruption? Do we have any more details on what went so wrong?
Well, what we heard was that there was an incident, a power outage. And again, the question is, well, how did it happen? I am not going to be conspiratorial about this, but I mean, I do have a thing about transport in the sense that when something goes wrong, obviously we want to know why, but you can't just settle for, something went down here on the cables, whatever, and we've restored it. Yes, the engineers did come out all night, and they'll put in some good claims for overtime, let me tell you that, given the time of year as well. But there clearly was some sort of a power outage. The question is, what happened? What caused it? Okay, how can we prevent it from occurring in the future? Okay, now in fairness to Eurostar, it did have a backup plan to lean into. It did lean into it, and it worked up to a point. It also involved the shuttle end of things. Okay, so this is the line which carries the cars and the trains, the freight, basically, the cars and the freight. And then there was a breakdown there, so then you had a backup for the cars wanting to get into Calais, being stranded at Folkestone, and so on and so forth. So clearly, the trigger to all of this does appear to have been that power outage. Now, they will need to work out why. Why did it happen? Who is going to take responsibility for that? Because Eurotunnel, as I understand it, they said, hang on a minute, that's not our fault. But I think people get very, very sensitive when things like this happen, when you attribute it to a failure somewhere, a mechanical failure somewhere in the system. Is it just simply that there was too much capacity and it couldn't perhaps cope and it took things beyond their normal limits? Or some people might turn around and say, well, maybe there's some sort of sabotage that was going on. I'm not suggesting that for the moment. What I am saying is that when a transport system works reasonably well, okay, and it copes at times when it is tested, like now, the Christmas New Year break, and something goes wrong, okay, you have to think about all sorts of possibilities, okay, and you have to ask yourself, well, was there some malicious intent on this, simply to test the system to see what damage we could inflict? Now, it's not as far-fetched as it sounds, because we have had episodes in other parts of Europe, for example, also in the UK, where transport systems have been attacked. So you have to think about this, okay? So once upon a time, when the world perhaps wasn't in the place where it is now, you could just simply take an explanation at face value. That's not quite the case. But either which way, it has certainly disrupted systems. They need to find out what happened, okay, so that it doesn't repeat itself, because we know that there are certain times in the year when the usage will be very heavy. Christmas is one. If you have long bank holiday weekends, that's another. Also Easter, okay? So people will want to go away. So you have to make sure this doesn't happen, because the good thing, the merciful thing, is that it doesn't happen all the time. But when it does occur, it leaves a very sour taste in the mouth of the users. And they're not going to be happy, because remember, the Eurostar fares, they've gone up. your average traveller who uses it, he or she is a captive audience. Why? Because there isn't a rival to it, OK? If you're going to use an alternative, you get the plane. But if you don't want to use the plane and you'd like to travel to Paris or to Amsterdam or to Brussels by train, OK, what rival is there to the Eurostar? There isn't one, not really.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Juliet Foster, I've gone on the Eurostar many times. I am telling you, there's no rival to it unless you get on a plane. But thank you so much for joining us. And, of course, Happy New Year's to you.
And a Happy New Year to you too. Thank you for having me.
Pleasure. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The granddaughter of former US President John F. Kennedy has died at the age of 35. Tatiana Skolsberg, a climate journalist, announced in November that she had been diagnosed with an aggressive form of cancer and had been given a year to live. Now, thieves in Germany have carried out a major bank heist, drilling into a vault and stealing an estimated $35 million. Cash and other valuables were taken, with more than 3,000 safe deposit boxes containing money, gold and jewellery broken into. The suspects do remain at large. The former Bangladeshi Prime Minister Khalida Zia will receive a state funeral expected to draw thousands. Zia was the first female leader of the South Asian nation. The country is observing 3 days of mourning. Now, throughout the last year, we have been reporting on what has been a very, very busy year for US President Donald Trump, marked by major moves, both, of course, at home and abroad, from rolling out new tariffs and deploying the National Guard to tense domestic situations, to helping broker a ceasefire in Gaza. His first year in office has been anything but quiet. For more on this, I'm joined from Washington, D.C. by Republican strategist Adolfo Franco. Adolfo, as I said there, it's been a busy year. President Donald Trump is closing a seismic year as the country's commander-in-chief. What do you think has been the biggest political win since re-entering the White House for the president?
Well, thank you for having me. He is a transformative president, and it has been a remarkable record. Let me first address domestic issues. The president promised to close the border. He did. The president promised to lower illegal immigration. It is at historic lows. Never have we had such low levels of illegal immigration. He promised to bring down crime. He has done so as well at the federal level and deployed, as you mentioned, National Guards, for example, in Washington, D.C., which has been, again, remarkable. He passed what we call the Big Beautiful Bill, which extended his tax cuts of 2017. He has eliminated tax on overtime and tips for millions of Americans. He's brought inflation down in this country to 2.7% from the highs of 9% under President Biden. He has also done more to deregulate and stimulate the economy than we've had in years. We've had tariffs, as you mentioned in your headlines here, that people have said were doomsdays in April. The stock market in our country is at record levels. So domestically, it has been remarkable transformation. And I think more will come next year. On the international front, as you mentioned, we had absolutely no prospects of a ceasefire or peace in the Middle East, in Gaza. It's a difficult process, but it's a process that we have never seen in the past, and certainly not in the past administration. He's brokering a deal, apparently, with Ukraine, or at least there are serious considerations and proposals on the table, which we didn't have previously. And of course, he's brokered, as you mentioned, the India region, the subcontinent, not with Bangladesh, but Pakistan and India, a peace deal there. The Pakistani prime minister nominated him for the Nobel Peace Prize, done something in Africa. So the engagement, energy level, and transformation of our country in 1 year, and the mood in this country is completely different than it was just 2 or 3 years ago.
So lots of wins that you outlined there for me on the domestic and the international level, Adolfo, but it hasn't always gone Trump's way. Let's be honest. He's been plagued by the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files, which he's appeared in, and the Russia-Ukraine war, despite his attempts to broker a deal, like you said, just hasn't come to fruition. How have these setbacks been viewed by Donald Trump's MAGA base?
Well, first, obviously, there are always going to be issues. They're not all going to be resolved in 1 year. And in terms of the human nature of issues or other challenges, not everything is going to be resolved necessarily. With Epstein, of course, we have not seen any evidence to date that the president is implicated in anything that's criminal or similar to, for example, what had happened to Prince Andrew or some of the outrageous allegations. Keep in mind that the Epstein files were in the hands of the Democrat administration under Joe Biden and reviewed for many years by his adversaries. And had there been significant evidence or dirt or anything of that kind or less than that, that would have been exposed. With respect to Ukraine and Russia, yes, it is a difficult process, but where were we 3 or 4 years ago? He has been praised by European leaders and others about his efforts in that regard. I think, and I'm hopeful there will be an agreement, but the progress and engagement has been something that has just pales in comparison to the previous administration. Keep in mind that President Trump's great success internationally has to do with something that our adversaries and our friends both know, and that is his unpredictability. And that is, I think, something he uses to his advantage. No one really knows, as he himself has said, I might do it or might not do it. What I mean by that is that everyone has to take him seriously because it is the United States of America. There's now even suggestions, I don't think it will happen, that we would deploy U.S. troops to Ukraine. So you go from non-engagement to U.S. troops. That puts pressure on parties to come to the negotiation table. And that, of course, has been the art of the deal and his success politically and in terms of the business world.
It's really interesting because I think his foreign policy has had some European leaders hopping, Adolfo. Let's be honest. They've been pretty concerned about a lot of things that have been happening. But I want to move on and look a little bit ahead. Trump has never failed to entertain us, has he? From his dancing on stage when it comes to YMCA. I mean, he's always almost got a great sense of humor. We can't forget that about Donald Trump. And like you said, he surprises all of us. But what do you think could define the next year coming up for President Donald Trump, 2026? We do know there's midterm elections. There's a lot to look forward to. So what, if you had your crystal ball, what do you think?
Well, Mike, you're right about the entertainment factor. We need to keep in mind most American politicians are that. They have been career politicians, statesmen. I'm not taking away from that. I've worked for them. I've worked on Capitol Hill. I've worked in administration. But President Trump is, at heart, an entertainer, a showman. He had television programs and so forth. And I do think that works to his advantage. President Reagan, who was an actor, once said that people criticized him by saying, I can't believe an actor is president. And his response was, I can't believe one is not in show business and not president. So I think that is a talent and works, again, very well. Keep in mind that President Zelensky was also an entertainer. However, back to your question about the next year, I think the domestic agenda will be in the forefront because of the midterms that you referenced. The big, beautiful bill and its impact will start to be felt by the American people in terms of lower taxes when they fill out their taxes in April of this coming year. So I think the domestic agenda and lowering prices, which is the term now being used by the Democrats and embraced by Republicans, affordability is going to be key. With gas prices and energy prices down, I think people will start to feel that. But I think the president's focus, you mentioned the MAGA base and so forth, will turn a little more inward. But we can't ignore the world either because we are the superpower, and not only in the theaters we talked about, whether they be Ukraine or Gaza, but globally. But his domestic agenda will be the priority in 2026.
And just before I let you go, Mamdani, we spoke about him. Obviously, he's going to be inaugurated tonight as New York's new mayor. There was a lot of controversy around Mamdani. What do you think is in store for New York as he is now coming into the leadership role in the city? And how do you think he'll work with Donald Trump and the Republicans? Because, of course, Donald Trump has been calling him a socialist.
Well, I think there's a lot of nervousness in New York. I just returned. I was in New York this week. I think there's a lot of nervousness. There's serious contemplation by major Wall Street firms to leave New York. The truth is an expression in the pudding. We'll see what actually happens. Many of his promises would require action by the state government in Albany, and that's going to be difficult because the makeup of the rest of the state is quite different politically than New York. So some of those promises he's made are going to be difficult. I think the chief concerns are local taxes and in the city and crime and police enforcement, what he will do. I think the president handled it magnificently with him, politically speaking, but I don't see this to being a political marriage of any kind or any kind of accommodation. I think the relationship with the president will be difficult and rocky because of his policies, if they do come to fruition or they're advanced in any shape, way, or form, are going to be completely opposite of those of conservatives and Republicans. So I see the future of New York to be quite bleak. New York has been bleeding, people leaving the city for a long period of time because of high taxes, high crime. And I think, and there is a fear that this will only be exacerbated under this Mamdani administration. He has promised higher taxes. So I don't understand how business can be cheering that or welcoming that in terms of additional investments in the city.
Adolfo Franco, as I always say, 24 hours is a long time in politics. So thank you so much for giving me the roundup of Donald Trump's year in power and also what 2026 could hold. Happy New Year to you and all the best for next year. Pleasure. Thank you so much. Thanks, Adolfo. Let's take a look at the top business news now. A UK company has launched a mini factory in space. Space Forge aims to manufacture semiconductors in the microwave-sized facility. Operating in a weightless environment could produce purer and more orderly semiconductors. Now, gold and silver are set for their biggest gains since 1979. Gold prices have jumped more than 60% this year, reaching a record high of around $4,550 a troy ounce. The surge comes amid interest rate cuts, central bank buying, and a strong demand for safe haven assets. Turning to all the sports news now, and former Australian cricketer Damien Martyn is in an induced coma after being diagnosed with meningitis. The 54-year-old fell sick last week and is currently receiving treatment in a Queensland hospital. Martyn represented Australia in 4 Ashes series and won 2 World Cups. And finally, an underwater game of chess. The Diving Chess World Championships were held in the Netherlands, where players used weighted pieces on magnetic boards and had to make each move in a single breath. Former Dutch champion Zion Collin claimed the men's title, while 17-year-old Josephine Damon was crowned the women's champion. Look at that. Thailand has released 18 Cambodian soldiers captured in July during border clashes between the two countries as part of a ceasefire deal reached on Saturday. Cambodia's defense ministry says it hopes the move will help build mutual trust and also confidence. Fighting between the Southeast Asian neighbours in December left dozens dead and displaced more than 1 million people. Patrick Falk has this report.
Well, this is an important step towards a ceasefire deal that might hold between Thailand and Cambodia. Cambodia confirmed that 18 soldiers arrived back in the country on Wednesday morning. Crowds of people cheered as they welcomed them home along a road leading to an international checkpoint. The agreement to release the soldiers was actually part of a peace pact signed in October, a deal that was brokered, as we know, by the US, Malaysia and China. Thailand, at the time, agreed to promptly release the soldiers, but then suspended the agreement the following month after Thai soldiers were wounded by landmines while on patrol at the border. Thailand's foreign ministry said today that this has been done now as a demonstration of goodwill and confidence building, but it didn't come easy. The handover was delayed because of concerns about ceasefire violations. Reports say it finally came about following sustained diplomatic pressure from China to ensure the deal holds. But it's difficult to say just how long this will last. The latest agreement says both sides will freeze the front lines where they are now, ban reinforcements and allow people living in the border areas to return as soon as they can. But this has become a highly sensitive issue, and any minor infringement has the potential to erupt into further confrontation. And the two sides still need to resolve the demarcation of their disputed border. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Now, as New Year's Eve celebrations kick off around the world, authorities are ramping up security amid heightened threats. In the US, major cities are increasing police and National Guard presence, while events in Australia, Europe and Asia are adjusting or scaling back to keep revelers safe. For more on this, I'm joined from Times Square by former NYPD lieutenant and criminal justice expert, Darren Portia. Darren, brilliant to have you on. So you're in Times Square, you're in the middle of all the action, preparing to ring in 2026. How safe is New York City, and what measures have authorities been putting in place to make sure everything goes without a hitch?
Well, this is the safest we've been in a long time. We have a somewhat of a unique bifurcation from a security matrix perspective, whereas we not only have individuals that are entering through the lens of magnetometers, but in addition to that, we have police officers that are scanning internally inside of these pedestrian pens in Times Square. In addition to that, we're marrying technology into the quote-unquote boots on the ground as it relates to drones that will be flying overhead. So we have that marriage of both a standing presence as well as technological innovations to assist to ensure the over 1.1 million people that have come to the city of New York as revelers are safe.
And it's really interesting because you talked to me about marrying technology there. How safe is it now that we've got technology when it comes to these big events for tracking people and just watching people? Because I always find this fascinating because I almost feel like there's so much CCTV and technology around. But Darren, we don't even seem to notice it.
I want to say the average person in a city like New York is photographed 100 to 200 times a day. Times that by 10 on a day like New Year's Eve in an area like Times Square. What the technology does is it avails us as security personnel to look into the lens of a much broader area as opposed to what an officer on foot would do. So we're looking from a macro perspective and not a micro perspective when we speak to the technology. And it has been supported by successful conclusions on a global stage because we have more and more police departments and security agencies that are infusing technology into the mechanism of security as opposed to the quote unquote boots on the ground security.
Absolutely fascinating. I just want to move to Paris, actually, Darren, and that has cancelled its Champs-Élysées New Year concert. What factors are driving these decisions in big European cities like Paris?
Well, there would be a threat assessment that would be conducted by police, and the French authorities, from the perspective of policing, are very brilliant as it relates to keeping their society safe. So if there was a threat assessment that deemed that there was a credible threat that had the propensity for creating an element of danger to the revelers that would have been in attendance, it makes all the sense in the world to cancel the festivities as opposed to introduce them with the possibility of people being hurt. So we look back to instances such as what happened at the Bataclan. There were credible threats that went unanswered, which subsequently led to people dying. Now the French authorities are ramping up their security fortifications to ensure people are safe. But I genuinely believe that there was something that raised the threat assessment that led the French authorities to believe that it wouldn't be the most appropriate thing to do.
And of course, let's talk about Sydney. Sydney in Australia has just welcomed the new year. And, you know, we've seen so much sadness in Australia after that deadly attack on Bondi Beach. Just how tight will security measures be there?
Well, they've since already had their New Year's Eve festivities, but the Bondi Beach tragedy acted as a teachable moment to law enforcement to ramp up the fortifications to ensure the safety of the population that would be in attendance. So I think that they used the Bondi Beach incident as a launch point for ensuring that they had the necessary provisions to ensure that people were safe.
And Darren, before I let you go, New Year's Eve is, of course, one of the most celebrated nights all around the world where people want to go out, they want to celebrate. So what advice do you have to all the party goers watching right now about how they can stay safe?
Pay attention to your surroundings. It's not just you, but look 2 to 3 people ahead of you to see if there's something that's out of order. And if you see something that's out of order, immediately inform someone. We have a saying, see something, say something, meaning alert law enforcement as well as other individuals in that close proximity, because one voice is not as strong as 6 voices. Mm-hmm. We have large crowds of people that gather as revelers, and we want to use them in unison to alert law enforcement as opposed to just being one person that makes an observation and walks away.
Dr. Darren Porcher, Happy New Year to you. Thank you so much for joining me, and thank you for your safety advice. It's been very interesting having you on the show. Now, that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye. Happy New Year's Eve. I'll see you next year in 2026.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. Ukraine peace efforts remained in the spotlight with fragile diplomacy and conflicting claims, underscoring how far a negotiated end to the war still is. The Middle East also stayed firmly in focus after Israel moved to bar dozens of humanitarian organizations from operating in Gaza, prompting international concern over worsening civilian conditions. Beyond the immediate crises, news coverage was dominated by end-of-year roundups and forward-looking analyses as governments, markets and analysts weighed unresolved conflicts and economic uncertainty heading into 2026. International media continued to focus on the effort to end the war in Ukraine after Putin accused Ukraine of targeting his residents. The New York Times conducted an extensive investigation tracing how President Trump's promise to end the Ukraine war quickly unraveled into a year of erratic diplomacy. The analysis talks about secret back channels with Moscow, internal feuds among Trump aides, and also repeated U.S. delays in supplying Ukraine with vital weapons. It contends also that Trump overestimated his leverage over Vladimir Putin, while U.S. intelligence quietly helped Ukraine strike Russian infrastructure. The piece underscores a fractured alliance shaped by mistrust, mixed signals, and missed opportunities. The Washington Post published an in-depth report painting a stark picture of a Russia worn down by nearly 4 years of war. The piece indeed reveals a society under strain marked by wounded soldiers, economic fatigue, repression, and growing resentment, even though the Kremlin projects unity and strength. The piece also shows how prolonged conflict is affecting daily life, underscoring a widening gap between propaganda and reality. The Wall Street Journal examines what lies ahead for Ukraine once the war ends, arguing that battlefield success may create difficult post-war choices. The analysis highlights how Ukraine will possess Europe's largest and most experienced military, yet face steep financial and manpower pressures. It points to expert warnings that sustaining such a force is unrealistic, pushing Kiev towards reserves, drones, and air defense. Overall, the piece frames Ukraine's future army as essential for Europe's security, but costly and also complex to maintain. Hamish de Breton-Gordon argues in The Telegraph that Vladimir Putin is deliberately sabotaging peace efforts and has no intention of ending the war in Ukraine. The author dismisses Russian claims that Ukraine attacked Putin's residence as an obvious fabrication designed to mislead Washington. The article criticizes President Trump's optimism about near-complete peace talks, warning that his transactional approach misreads Putin's ideological goals. With Russian casualties soaring and military pressure mounting, the author urges firmness, not indulgence, to force Moscow towards genuine negotiations. In the Middle East, the Times of Israel reported Israel's decision to bar 37 international non-profit organizations from operating in Gaza and the West Bank, a move justified by Israeli officials as a security measure tied to new registration requirements. Now, the piece highlights the sharp tension between Israel's claim that aid delivery will continue unaffected and warnings from NGOs and foreign governments that the restrictions will deepen Gaza's humanitarian crisis. The Jerusalem Post reveals growing friction between Israel and Turkey over Gaza's future, revealing Israeli efforts to persuade the Trump administration to exclude Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan from the proposed Board of Peace. The report highlights Israel's broader push to block Turkish troops and also limit Ankara's role in Gaza's stabilization and reconstruction. Driven by fears of Turkish influence on the ground, the piece also underscores tensions between Israeli objections and Trump's publicly warm stance towards Erdogan, exposing unresolved fault lines within the emerging US-led peace framework. Palestine Chronicle argues that Gaza ceasefire is not real peace, but a pause in the fighting that benefits Israel. The piece or the analysis says that violence has slowed, but destruction and pressure on civilians continue. The piece also outlines 3 possible next steps: a failed international force, a return to full-scale war, or a tense stalemate with ongoing suffering. It also argues that Israel is pushing for control and displacement, while Palestinian groups refuse to disarm, making a lasting agreement unlikely. Regarding the Epstein files, the New York Times reported on the growing scale of the U.S. Justice Department's review of Jeffrey Epstein investigation files, now estimated at 5.2 million pages. The report highlights the logistical strain on the department, which is recruiting hundreds of lawyers to meet congressional disclosure demands while protecting victims and sensitive information. The piece also underscores political pressure on the Trump administration, delays past legal deadline, and mounting scrutiny over transparency, as only a fraction of the records has so far been released. We'll go back to the Wall Street Journal, which published an investigative report revisiting the moment Donald Trump cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein, which apparently centers around a 2003 complaint by an 18-year-old Mar-a-Lago spa worker who said Epstein pressured her for sex during a house call. The piece details how spa staff had long warned about Epstein's behavior and how the allegation prompted Trump to ban him from the club. While no police report was filed, the piece adds new texture to scrutiny of their relationship and the timeline of Trump's break with Epstein. More roundups and future outlooks. Politico reviewed President Trump's first year back in office, arguing that his push to brand himself as a global peacemaker has left a trail of unresolved crises heading into 2026. It actually details stalled efforts in Ukraine, a fragile Gaza ceasefire, rising tensions with Venezuela and Iran, and an uncertain thaw with China. The piece highlights a growing gap between Trump's foreign policy ambitions and voter concerns at home, suggesting geopolitics will continue to shadow his presidency into the new year. The Guardian offers a clear chart-led snapshot of the global economy heading into 2026, balancing cautious optimism with persistent risk. The explainer shows inflation easing and interest rates falling, but warns that growth is indeed slowing and remains vulnerable to shocks. The piece highlights uncertainty around AI-driven productivity, elevated trade tensions from Trump-era tariffs, fragile government finances, and rising unemployment. Overall, it argues that post-inflation era may feel more normal, yet far less stable than the pre-pandemic world. And we'll end with foreign policy, which highlights how global conflict intensified in 2025, using stark data to show the scale of violence and instability worldwide. The piece includes charts that show forced displacement reaching alarming levels, with more than 117 million people uprooted, underscoring how wars in places like Sudan, Gaza, and Ukraine are fueling long-term humanitarian crises. Another chart focuses indeed on soaring military spending, which hit a record high of $2.7 trillion, reflecting governments' growing reliance on hard power amid rising insecurity. The last chart here reveals the mounting dangers for journalists, with Gaza emerging as the deadliest conflict zone for media workers. Together, the figures point to a troubling trajectory. Conflict is spreading, becoming more costly and lethal, and placing civilians, aid workers, and journalists at increasing risk as the world heads into 2026. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching the dailies, and Happy New Year to all of you. Goodbye.
A war against drug cartels, a regime change operation, or is this all about oil? President Donald Trump's latest move against Venezuela has some questioning his true intentions. The seizure of a sanctioned oil tanker and its oil has raised eyebrows. Add to that a newly imposed blockade. Is it an act of war? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal Plus, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters. Now, health and well-being are central to Vision 2030, based on the understanding that for an economy to thrive, it must have a healthy population. Well, in this episode, we're going to be speaking to the CEO of a Saudi initiative which is actively working to extend the human lifespan. Well, we're going to be finding out how they're making this happen and what they've achieved so far. Dr. Mahmoud Khan, the CEO of the Hevolution Foundation, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Happy to have this discussion.
Now, Dr. Khan, let's start by talking about Hevolution. You're not for profit. You seek to decelerate the aging process and extend the human healthy lifespan. Just tell us a bit more about how Hevolution came to be and what you're seeking to achieve.
We were created by royal decree back in 2019, and our vision was very straightforward, though very profound, which is to extend human healthy lifespan for the benefit of all. Simply stated, we want to have people live longer and healthier as long as possible. The primary goal being to stay healthy and functioning. And importantly, we want to democratize this so that it impacts as many lives in the world as possible.
Okay, so you're invested in academic research and biotech startups, all of this with the goal, as you've been saying, of promoting longevity, slowing down the aging process, combating age-related diseases. Just tell us, how are things going so far and what's been the progress?
Well, we started operating. We built the organization. It took us about a year to start putting the people together, ideas and strategies. And then 3 years ago, we started doing sort of publicly visible activities. And we've done this in 3 ways, one of which is what you mentioned, which is investing in biotech companies. But if we step back a bit, the problem with the research field and the investment field in healthy aging, unlike cancer or diabetes and heart disease, which attract a lot of attention, are important, but the underlying causes of most of these diseases is the aging process. And very little attention around the world has been paid to this. And this is the genesis for Hevolution. What is clear when you look at this is there aren't enough ideas and technologies progressing from scientific labs all the way through to biotech companies to the marketplace. So that value chain is really very, very little is coming through. And we saw that. So what did we do? We started funding scientists to generate new ideas. We started training scientists to actually make this an area of their career focus. And then as those ideas are progressing, we provide capital to either create or fund startup companies, with the goal being that eventually these will end up in the hands of either large companies or they'll get scaled themselves. And you'll see these solutions in the marketplace. If you think about it in that way, we would like to think we made tremendous progress from not existing 4 years ago or 5 years ago as an entity. Today, we're the second largest funder of science in this field in the world, second only to the US federal government, with the largest philanthropy funding aging biology and healthy aging in the world. About 200 scientists are funded today by Hevolution research grants. The first 4 biotech companies we funded all of which were in animal and what we call preclinical stages, being tested in cells and mice, are actually now got technologies being tested in humans. That is extremely unusual to go from, in all four out of four now progressing. And it speaks to the demand was there, the solutions that were there, but what was missing was the strategic funding and the coaching and guidance we've given as a team. And if you look across. And then the third is we want to convene people. We want to bring the best ideas and exchange ideas. We launched that with our HealthSpan Summit. That was the first one, was almost 2.5 years ago. The last one we held, which was February of 2025, was the largest convening of such a meeting ever to occur in the world. We had 3,000 plus people register from 80 countries, and we had every sector represented. That's been unprecedented. So I'll let you decide on whether that's successful, but any criteria to go from not existing to being the biggest player in the field in philanthropy, to being the largest convener of the field, and to have accelerated technologies from animal research into humans, that's pretty good going.
Yeah, it certainly is. So my understanding from what you've been saying is, so your platform, you've got an incubating function as well, bringing together all these great minds. And as well as setting it all up, you've got some results already, haven't you? Just tell us what's been achieved, for example. I read something about some breakthroughs in the field of hepatitis B research, for example.
Yeah, so while hepatitis B isn't our focus, there's a lot to be learned by viral diseases like hepatitis B. So I think it's important to understand, why would a healthy aging company or a healthy aging entity be interested in this? Well, it turns out that when a virus infects a human cell, whether it's COVID or hepatitis, that virus enters the cell, hijacks the cell to use the cell to reproduce itself. But in the process, it actually not only damages the cell, but it causes aging of those cells that it infects. What we've learned is there is an acceleration in the aging process in many viruses when they come into the human cell environment. And so this is one of those win-win. If we can figure out how to not only retain the health and slow down the aging process of the cell, the host cell, it actually may be able to kick the virus out because it's more vigorous, it's more. So in the example of hepatitis B, about 80% of people who get infected with hepatitis B will eventually shed the virus and recover. 10 to 20% will keep that virus for the rest of their life in their body, and they're what we call chronic carriers. That would be okay, but they can not only pass the virus to other people because they're carriers, but they can cause long-term damage to the liver and eventually, in some cases, liver cancer. And cancer increases risk as you age. So there is a tight link between aging process and cancer. So one of the companies that we're very interested in was looking at how the virus changes what we call the epigenetics within the cell, the host cell. And by intervening at that molecular level, in animals show that you can actually allow the cell to heal and kick the virus out, essentially. And so it cures. But that was done in animals. The exciting part is the first human trials have now started, which means the regulatory authorities have looked at the animal safety data, looked at the animal efficacy data, and have confidence that this is now worth testing in humans. Early stages, it's a huge jump to go from mice and animals to actually humans. And that's where we are. So it's a great example.
And just listening to you there, Dr. Khan, and when I hear buzzwords like aging and anti-aging, there's a tendency immediately to start thinking about an aesthetic dimension, because that's often what we associate with aging. And let's face it, there's a bit of vanity around the world, isn't there? So people want to look young as well as feel young. Are there some aesthetic benefits from tackling aging? And will people having longer, healthier lives also look younger?
Well, let's separate out, first of all, the sort of sometimes perception. We did a survey of people around the world and asked them, what is the most important thing that is to you personally as you age? And there were three things that were most important. They wanted to remain mentally functional and independent, physically functional and independent, and financially functional and independent. And interestingly, the third one is very related to the first two, because cost of being taken care of, productivity, all the rest of it. And then the fourth one is they don't want to appear old. So it is important, but not at the cost of the first three. You know, you can look young, but not be able to think, not be able to move. And the amazing thing is in the biology of this, you don't have to choose between them. We talked about the example in the liver, but the skin cells age as well. And we all know, as skin cells age, they lose their structure, they lose the rigor, and we look at this as manifesting as wrinkles, as changes in the skin integrity. So the question is, how do you figure out how to slow the skin cells from aging, just like muscle, or liver, or eye, or brain? And we have invested in that science. We have a company we're investing in that's actually looking at a model of skin aging. And again, if you think of the hepatitis example, we said, where should we look for that? Well, there are skin diseases that are a model for accelerated skin aging. So psoriasis is a good example. Patients with psoriasis have skin lesions where you've got a lot of inflammation in that area of the skin. Usually we don't know why, but if you actually study those cells that are affected by psoriasis, they're actually older. They're aging fast. And so being able to deliver topically something that you apply to the skin that can not only treat the psoriasis, but treat the underlying biological aging process will not only help the skin heal, but actually brings that youthful rigor back into those skin cells. We actually have that being tested, just like in the hepatitis example, was tested in animals, but is now undergoing human trials. First, to see if we can treat the psoriasis in a very different approach. But you can imagine, let one's imagination run from here and say, well, if it works by slowing down the accelerated aging of a certain skin disease, what could it do to other areas? And let's see. So these are not things that are one versus the other. That's the great thing.
Okay, Dr. Khan, just tell us a little bit about the structure of Hevolution. For example, what percentage of people involved are Saudi nationals? Just give us a sense of who's involved.
So Hevolution was created because of a vision of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. And it's his vision that led to our mission statement, our vision statement, and he's the chairman of our board. And we're really fortunate because we have very senior leaders guiding us at the board level, including His Royal Highness. We have several ministers. Prince Abdullah bin Bandar is the chairman of our executive committee. And so that's at the governance of the organization, headquartered here in Riyadh. Our organization, from a composition point of view, 3/4 of our employees and team members are Saudi citizens, Saudi nationals, based predominantly here in Riyadh. So we're unique, not only in what we do, how we do it, but even our composition. We're leading this global initiative for the benefit of all from Saudi Arabia and Riyadh. We have a satellite office in Boston, where we have about 15 or so employees that are fully subsidiary of us. We're divided up into 4 main groups. One leads the investments. That is the capital we invest in biotech companies, just like any other venture fund, but we're unique because 100% of our profits from the fund go back into the foundation. We want to be successful financially to promote the field, but we're not primarily looking for profits for the foundation. We want it to make it attractive for the private sector to enter. The second major group is our research funding group, where as a philanthropy, we fund predominantly universities, scientists around the world, including in Saudi Arabia. We have over 20 Saudi scientists now funded by Hevolution around the country and in the kingdom that have taken on aging research for the first time in their careers because Hevolution has made this field attractive, first by providing funding, but also by creating awareness in the scientific field. The third group is the group that is responsible for convening all of the things we talked about. They manage the communications, but also host the Global Health Span Summit, which I talked about earlier, and took it from non-existent to being the meeting in the world to be at. And then the fourth group is now working on how do we translate this global footprint into operational research and clinical practice. Headquartered again, our vision is for that should be based out of the kingdom. So the first two are operational. The third and fourth, the translational stuff, are actually in strategic design and getting ready. So that's the structure of the organization, but we're a global team. We're just proud, including myself, to be Saudi citizens, managing this, leading this for the benefit of humanity.
And you're about to get a little bit more global, aren't you? Because, well, you already mentioned that satellite office in Boston, but haven't you got plans to expand even beyond the United States as well?
Well, in some ways we already are. One of our research, the companies we mentioned, is actually conducting its human trials in France. Another one is conducting its research trials in New Zealand. And so our footprint, and another one, we have activity in the UK. So we're already operationally present in North America, UK, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and obviously, as I mentioned, the Kingdom, which is where our headquarters is. We've established physical presence with employees in North America. We're looking at the UK and Europe as a next step, and potentially a site in Asia, because there's so much now going on in this field in Asia. I mean, the continent with the greatest number of older people is Asia because of China. China has a huge aging population, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, where the population now of people over the age of 60 is approaching 30+%. That's 1 in 3 citizens are now over the age of 60.
Right, and things are heading very much in that direction, aren't they? I mean, as we've been saying, 2 billion people over the age of 60 by the year 2050. I mean, that's double the number today, and that makes Hevolution all the more relevant, all the more significant, doesn't it? Not just for Saudi Arabia, but for the entire world.
Nobody wants to live longer to be dependent. Remember, we know that. But if we can keep people healthy as long as possible, that will reduce the economic and human burden on society. And as I said, many societies are already at the point now where they cannot sustain this. Even wealthy countries like Scandinavia don't have enough of a workforce to even take care of their older population. And so this is also becoming not only a demographic issue, but a workforce challenge. There are not enough young people to do that. I'll give you one other statistic. In over 90% of U.S. states, of the 50 U.S. states, over 90% of them, the number one employer now is healthcare. That tells you something. When your economy starts to be driven by a service sector of providing health to your citizens, then, 30 years ago, it was manufacturing. And that's very topical these days. We talk about manufacturing jobs. The reality is the huge growth has happened in the service sector of healthcare. And that's not a sustainable curve. And US can't do it. Your home country, United Kingdom, cannot do it. Europe cannot do it. So there's lots of things. That workforce that's now being employed in healthcare could be contributing to society in other ways.
Okay, let's talk about this figure of $1 billion US per year, which is what Hevolution has. Let's put this into context, because we're talking here about, it sounds like a really significant sum of money, but it's an investment, isn't it? And, you think $1 billion, you think, oh, what a lot of money. But in fact, I mean, it could bring about dividends in the future. Just help us and our viewers understand that number and put it into context for us.
It is and it isn't. Let me give you some comparators, which is somewhat a double-edged sword for us. We're celebrating we're the largest philanthropy in this field in the world. I would like to think that 10 years from now, we're like the 10th or 20th largest, even at this scale, because a lot more investment and a lot more research funding has come into this field, given the international scope of things. Today, as we speak, the US NIH has an annual budget of $40 billion. $20 billion of that is on cancer research. The second biggest is on cardiovascular and metabolic disease. Aging, the National Institute of Aging gets $4 billion, 1/10 of the budget. And so it makes you think, doesn't it, that your largest cost to the US federal government is Medicare and aging, but you spend 10% of your research budget on aging. And 50% of your $20 billion is going to cancer. Not that it shouldn't, but it asks the question, the number one cause of cancer is the aging process itself. Breast cancer, prostate cancer, lung cancer. It's the number one risk for cancer is aging. So shouldn't we be thinking about how do you prevent those cancers from occurring as a result of this biology versus treating them once they occur? That's the dilemma. So I agree with you. It is a significant investment by our board and the Saudi government and the Saudi kingdom, but it's nothing compared to what could be and what's happened. By the way, 30 some years ago, there was no cancer research programs, tiny. And it was once global awareness rose to the levels it is now, that government started pouring money into cancer, and look at the dramatic results. Cancer used to be a terminal diagnosis. More than half of cancers are eminently treatable today because of that investment. I would like to think 30 years from now, we will look back and say evolution was not only the pioneer that started that whole movement, catalyzed it, but eventually brought so much more to the table because of those collaborations and others that entered this field.
Dr. Khan, we're coming to the end, but before we wrap up, I just wanted to ask you about what role artificial intelligence is playing in your field. I mean, is it helping to bring about breakthroughs faster than would otherwise be the case?
So, absolutely yes. No question. We're able to calculate, model, predict biology in a way that we could not have envisioned 10 years ago. There's no question. What has really broken through in this field is not only our ability to understand biology better, but we can take massive amounts of data and interpret them and look for patterns in a way we couldn't before. A human can do it. But let us not forget that AI and machine learning, which is built on, and reasoning are tools. I'm old enough to start in college with a slide ruler. Now I'm really a dinosaur, I know. But those were tools. Then we got calculators, then we got spreadsheets, then we got computers. So in that evolution, our tools have got more and more powerful. There's no question. One of the companies that I mentioned in the whole skin aging process has actually been using AI to optimize which molecules and how to target skin cells. So we're already using them in our ecosystem and in the research programs we fund or the companies we invest in. But it's going to continue to take both. Once you have a machine model through that learning, you've got to go back and test it, figure out new variables, and then update the models again. And that's iterative mechanism between the wet lab and the in silico lab are critical. We're doing both.
Okay, so the bottom line is that societies really need to care, don't they, about extending the healthy human lifespan. Can you just summarize for us in a couple of words why it's so important for societies to take this on board? And perhaps you can give us an example or something in the context of Saudi Arabia.
We all need to think about healthy aging at a personal level. It affects every one of us. At a family level, because we have dependents that are our loved ones. At a national level, all populations, including the kingdom, are now going through this demographic change. Let's take a look at Saudi Arabia. It's a very young population. 50% of the population is under 25. However, the birth rate in the kingdom, for lots of good reasons, has dropped from 6 children per couple to 2.2. That means this current young population will one day become a substantial in size older population without a lot of young people behind them. We need to care now on how to keep these young people healthy as they age. It's an opportunity for the kingdom, which many countries like Europe and North America don't have the luxury of actually planning ahead. Vision 2030 has a key part of it that says, how do we keep the Saudi population healthy and let them age in a healthy way? Free from chronic diseases, free from the complications. It's very consistent with Vision 2030. It's very important for the kingdom. It's very important for the Gulf. But it's important for every country on the planet.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Mahmoud Khan, CEO of the Hevolution Foundation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your interest. Truly appreciate it.
Well, I'm here now with Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham and Company. Ali, you were listening in there to that interview with Dr. Khan. Just wondering what stood out for you?
Tom, I think the resounding message there was preventative care over sick care. And, you know, it's a field of medicine or life sciences that I've paid a lot of attention to, especially in recent years. It's interesting, actually. A few months ago, I went for my regular blood checkup. Actually, I saw one of my old doctors in Australia. And, you know, when I received the markers, I mean, thankfully, most things were seemingly positive, as he said. But I recall asking him on one of the metrics, hey, this seems a little low. I mean, at least at the bottom of the range, and it was related to the kidney or liver or something. And I remember asking, what can we do here? And the response I got was, no, everything's okay. And I said, I understand everything's okay, but what could we improve here? And I think this experience is very common for a lot of people in that in longevity or life sciences related investments, often, you know, the way the world healthcare systems are traditionally designed, we're focused on sick care rather than preventative care. That seems to be the theme. And a dear friend of mine from the segment made an interesting comment to me recently. He said, one of the challenges with investing in longevity and really allocating sizable budgets to the overall allocation is the fact that the KPIs are not as measurable as the sick or responsive care. And I think this is a really interesting takeaway we can pick up from what Dr. Khan was just sharing with us. You know, in the kingdom, there's, as we know, I mean, a very expansive set of investments and economic development initiatives underway, which target the near term or the mid to near term. But this is a great example of an area which has payoffs in the very long term, but is an absolutely critical, very important initiative to invest in. And, you know, already Hevolution being one of the world's largest research enterprises in this space, I think that's, I mean, just yet another testament to the ambition of what Vision 2030 is. And, you know, let's not forget, I mean, Vision 2030, which we speak about regularly, Tom, yes, it's about a thriving economy, but it's about a healthy nation, an ambitious nation. And it's as much about not only the individual's longevity, but the nation's longevity. And I think this is very much in line with that overall ambition.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it's that idea that a healthy economy has got to have a healthy population to support it. Just looking, you know, where else we could sort of take the conversation. I mean, longevity, as I said to Dr. Khan there, I mean, we tend to think of it as having a slightly aesthetic dimension as well. I mean, aging, anti-aging procedures and treatments are something we hear a lot about. I mean, there's huge potential, isn't there, in this region, and in particular in this field. It sounds like Saudi Arabia is really leading the way here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I won't speak to the depth of the science here, but, you know, if you sleep well, you hydrate, you look after your general health markers, and you maintain your well-being, both physical and mental, you tend to look better, first of all. And, you know, that can be translated to, we could look at this in the broader aesthetic sense. I think there's great appetite also for the aesthetic aspect of life sciences or longevity. But it certainly extrapolates over the whole cycle. I think that the two coincide quite well. This is not simply, you know, it's a case of preventing issues. It's a case of ensuring mental well-being. It's a case of ensuring that we reduce dependence, and that as the population ages, it remains healthy and happy. and can continue to live a fulfilling life. And as Dr. Khan just mentioned, I mean, in Asia, there's an aging population, which is somewhat of a challenge. And, China is a big driver for this, given the elderly population. And if you want the nation to enjoy all of the economic prosperity and resilience, you have to ensure that they can enjoy it well and truly into a later time in life. So I think it coincides across the range.
Yeah, I mean, we tend to think of the Saudi population as being a young population. But of course, they won't be young forever, will they? And none of us are, unfortunately. But if we just to wrap up, I mean, think about that figure of $1 billion a year being allocated to the Evolution Foundation. I mean, as we were saying, it sounds like a lot of money, but in fact, it's an investment that's going to pay pretty significant dividends, isn't it? I mean, I know you can't put a number on it, but they are there, aren't they?
Well, first of all, Tom, I'll just say I like to think I'm young at heart, so perhaps not every one of us is aging, but age is just a number, as they say. The investment, once again, I mean, reconciling what Dr. Khan was sharing, what I've heard in personal experience on multiple occasions is that one of the challenges here is the attribution of investment efforts to direct impact, particularly in the short term. So it really takes an ambitious DNA. It takes vision and insight, to use the same language. I mean, it takes a group or people that really, really can extrapolate this far into the future and recognize that whilst, I mean, it may seem like research projects or venture in the short term, it's far more than that. I mean, the healthcare budgets of most advanced nations, the OECD nations, if you look at those, let alone, I mean, the broader world, combining all those budgets across the different regions, we are already investing. The world is investing far beyond perhaps what it would take. Maybe it would take a fraction to really extend the lifespan of mankind and spread that across many nations to ensure healthier, happier lives, not just in Saudi Arabia, but for the world. But it's a case, in my opinion, of rebalancing. It's reallocations, right? So as Dr. Khan mentioned, I mean, in the US, $40 billion is going into healthcare, and yet less than 10% is invested into this field. Something we should question there.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed, Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham & Company. Thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Well, that's all we've got time for this special edition of The Real Deal Plus here on Al Arabiya English. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. We'll see you again very soon.
Professor Ammar Yaghi, congratulations. I mean, wow, it is such an honor to be talking to you, the first Saudi scientist to win a Nobel Prize. I mean, I'm really grateful to be here today. And when your name was announced in Stockholm, was it a moment of surprise or more of the accumulation of a lifelong inner journey, so to speak?
It was a surprise. I mean, I received the call from the committee when I was landing in Frankfurt and taking my bags to deplane. So it was very surprising, and I was right there in the plane while they were telling me that I have been awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. And they were talking about the different presentations that they were going to make in 90 minutes before the official announcement, and they asked me whether I would be available to give interviews. And I said, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to because I would be on my next flight during that time. So it was absolutely fantastic, and you can't prepare for moments such as this.
Yes, I can imagine. Well, tell me more about how you felt. How did it feel after all this hard work that you've been doing, all this research you've been doing to finally have this moment announced?
Well, I think scientists do science for two reasons. One is that they want to stimulate their mind, advance the frontiers of knowledge for the benefit of humanity, but they also want to be recognized for their work. And I think that those are two important components. If you ask a scientist to work in an isolation and they can't report their work, they can't talk about their work, they probably wouldn't do it. So I think that this is important to keep in mind, is that we work for advancing the frontiers of knowledge. And when our research, our results have benefit to society, it's really an amazing feeling. And to be called by the Nobel Committee, which is the highest honor a scientist could receive, that's just an icing on the cake. And it's really part of an important legacy for a scientist to be awarded such a prize. It also, I think the prize allows us to, especially the emerging generation, to open their eyes to what is possible. I think it enhances the science, it encourages the youth, and it brings the science up front and center in society. I think those are very, very important for building an educated society.
I can imagine, and I will get back to that in just a moment. Professor, now, as the first scientist carrying the name of Saudi Arabia to receive a Nobel in chemistry, how does this reflect on the significant advancements Saudi Arabia is witnessing in the fields of research, development, and as well as innovation?
Well, first, I want to thank His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and I also want to thank the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, for the support that they've shown me during the last years, for supporting my research, encouraging me. I think this is important to mention. Science cannot be done in vacuum. It requires a lot of different contributions from different sides, and they have done a tremendous job in supporting me. I also want to thank KAXT, King Abdulaziz City of Science and Technology, for their collaboration, scientific collaboration over the last many years. These two aspects have helped me craft our research and direct our research in directions that benefit society. And we've taken the basic science all the way to applications and to commercialization through these collaborations and through the support of His Majesty and His Royal Highness in this regard. And I just want to mention that and thank them very much. This is an important time to acknowledge the people who have contributed to my success. In terms of its impact on society, I think the kingdom is going through an amazing transformation to become an important contributor to the world scene of science, and not just science, but also technology. And you can see every day different initiatives, such as the Al-2030 initiative, which is an important initiative for evolving the science in the kingdom. This is very important. The kingdom has a lot of smart people, and especially in universities, and these initiatives are very important at providing them opportunities, opening the door for them to experience and achieve their potential.
Beautiful. Completely agree, Professor. Now, let's talk a little bit science. When you first imagined materials, molecule by molecule, did you ever think it will lead to drinking water from air desert? I mean, such a radical transformation, at least for me.
Very good question. When I set out to do research, I wanted to build materials like one would build Legos, or take molecules like building blocks and put them together to make different forms. And that was very, very exciting. And I did it, honestly, I did it because I love molecules and I love the beauty of molecules. Their molecules is what attracted me to chemistry when I was 10 years old. I discovered drawings of molecules. We call them stick and ball diagrams. And I didn't know what they were at 10 years old, but certainly I figured out in future that these are molecules, and I became more and more interested in them, and I became deeper and went into the knowledge deeper and deeper. And finally, I had my independent position at Arizona State University back in 1992. And there I was free to exercise my ideas. And again, we wanted to implement the concept of building materials from molecular building blocks, and we succeeded. And that was an amazing moment. But once you build materials, and in this case, we have basically opened a gold mine where any molecule could be stitched together to make a new material. So the possibilities are almost endless. Now, it's not just beauty of what you've created, but also now we have to ask questions about what are they useful for. And that's when we embarked on applying the chemistry to taking water out of desert air to make drinking water, taking CO2 out of the air to clean the air, and many storing hydrogen into the pores to make clean energy. So all these things are a progression of the initial success that we've had in assembling materials from the molecular building block approach, and that's what the committee has cited for the development of metal organic frameworks.
Well, it is an amazing accomplishment indeed, Professor. Now, will MOFs one day allow entire cities to run on captured water and recycled air? I mean, is that science fiction or an engineering deadline, so to speak?
Well, it sounds like science fiction. In fact, there were movies made about trapping water from
Correct.
air. But the power of these materials is that they can make dreams come to reality. And this is the beauty of it. We have a startup called Atoko in the south of Los Angeles, in Irvine, that is already testing devices that would deliver 2,000 liters a day from trapping water out of the air and requiring very little energy. They also have another product that would deliver 850 liters a day of water, clean drinking water, using only ambient sunlight. No electricity, just no power input, just ambient sunlight. So this means that these products will be widely deployed in cities, villages, everywhere where there is a need for clean water. So this is not science fiction anymore. It is reality, and it's made so by metal organic frameworks.
Beautiful, beautiful. And we look forward to having that implemented in many, many other cities around the world, especially in countries of need. So, Professor, allow me to ask you this. Is there a discovery you dream of that science hasn't yet caught up with?
Well, yes, I dream a lot about the future. And you have, as the saying say, you have to have a dream for a dream to come true. And scientists in general, and especially me, I was taught by my father and then by my PhD mentor that you have to do something completely new, okay? Completely new as a scientist. And that's what we strive for. Yes, right now I have dreams, I have ideas on how we can take this chemistry to the next level, which is, could we design MOFs that operate like DNA, meaning that they have sequences of information that code for very specific properties? They could be carbon capture and conversion of carbon to useful materials. That could happen in just one material. That's what we're working on now. It's a big challenge. If we can solve it, then we would have completely changed further the way people think about making materials. So that's one direction. The other direction is that we have many ideas on how we can accelerate discovery using AI, using machine learning and large language models, AI tools that allow us to take things that we research for 2 to 3 years to achieve a result and reduce that time down to just weeks. We have already preliminary results that show that we can speed up the discovery of new materials so that we can achieve new materials that have very specific applications much quicker, 50-fold faster than what we have been doing. So the future is very bright, and we only scratch the surface. There's a lot more work to do. And we have many, many ideas about how these materials can be modified further and with the use of AI, completely transform the way material science and chemistry work. This is something that I might add is a significant part of my collaboration with KAXT in Saudi Arabia.
Amazing. I'm glad to hear that you have the support for that amazing vision that you have, Professor. Now, allow me to end with this. After winning this prize, what messages do you have to all the youth? I mean, you mentioned earlier how important this prize is for the youth, and especially the youth of Saudi Arabia, that you made this possible for every single child in Saudi Arabia to look up to having a Nobel one day in their lives. And not only in Saudi Arabia, but all the Arab children look up to you in that. So what are your messages to them?
Well, my message for Saudi Arabia is that you live in an amazing country that has tremendous resources and leadership that has the will to put those resources behind your education and behind the development of science and technology. This is a time in the history of science where it's never been better to do science. We have amazing equipment, amazing facilities that provide amazing opportunities for young people to engage in science. And as I mentioned with AI, this becomes even transformative to one's opportunities and for them to plug into solving societal challenges and developing technologies to make better standards of life for not just Saudis, but everyone in the region and the world. So my advice to them would be science allows you to get to the top the quickest. Okay, it just requires patience, and you have to do the experiment. If you do the experiment, you have the possibility to discover. And when you discover you could transform the world. So I think that my message is to do the experiment and to be bold and not afraid to try new things. So the experiment is paramount to discovery.
I agree. I think having the courage to experiment unknown things is absolutely the key to some amazing adventures and findings. Professor Omar Yaghi, congratulations again. The first Saudi scientist to get a Nobel Prize in chemistry. It's been an honor.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your interest and for this wonderful interview.
A war against drug cartels, a regime change operation, or is this all about oil? President Donald Trump's latest move against Venezuela has some questioning his true intentions. The seizure of a sanctioned oil tanker and its oil has raised eyebrows. Add to that a newly imposed blockade. Is it an act of war? I'm Melinda Nucifora. You're watching Counterpoints. First, it was illegal migration. Then President Trump added drug trafficking to the mix. And now there's a third justification for the US targeting of Venezuela.
Getting land, oil rights, whatever we had, they took it away because we had a president that maybe wasn't watching. But they're not going to do that. We want it back. They took our oil rights. We had a lot of oil there. As you know, they threw our companies out, and we want it back.
Oil. When then-President Hugo Chavez nationalised Venezuela's oil industry in the 1970s, he expropriated many US-operated assets, and President Trump wants them back.
La verdad ha sido develado.
The truth has been revealed. They want to change the regime in Venezuela to impose a puppet government. They want to hand over the constitution, sovereignty, and all the wealth, and turn Venezuela into a colony.
The world's largest aircraft carrier has been deployed to the region, along with its associated battleships and an estimated 6,000 troops. Is military intervention on the cards? Coming up, we'll debate if access to oil was always President Trump's goal, if President Maduro can weather this latest storm, and is Venezuela's opposition a credible alternative? Joining us for this discussion is Eva Gollinger, attorney, author and former advisor to Venezuela's then-president, Hugo Chavez. Guillaume Long is joining us, a former Foreign Minister of Ecuador and Senior Fellow at the Centre for Economic and Policy Research. And rounding out the panel is Mick Mulvaney, former White House Chief of Staff during Donald Trump's first administration and co-chair of Actum, a global consultancy firm. Welcome to all of you here on Counterpoints. Well, when the US seized a sanctioned oil tanker and its oil in early December, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro called it a new era of criminal naval piracy. Well, President Trump has stepped up the pressure even more since then, declaring a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned tankers entering and leaving the country. For some, including Maduro, it calls into question the earlier justifications the White House had used to explain its boat bombings and its military build-up in the region. Eva, let's start with you. Was this ever about migrants, about drug cartels, or for the US, to your mind, was this always about oil?
Well, you certainly don't go to war with another country over migration. So I think all of these were pretexts to bring President Trump on board this campaign that is now evolving into, beyond aggression, a potential all-out war with Venezuela. In my opinion, I think that Venezuela as a country and with its government that led by Nicolas Maduro is of little interest to President Trump and his agenda, especially an agenda of America First, which is focused more on domestic issues in the United States. I think it's really who has the president's ear in this case, such as the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who is obviously someone who, as a senator as well, has been actively campaigning for regime change in Venezuela since the time of actual President Hugo Chavez, before Maduro. And then we've seen in recent developments that Stephen Miller is one of the key people behind this aggressive campaign towards Venezuela. They see it, I think it was presented to Trump as sort of a win-win situation, an easy win, where here he could achieve, the overthrow or the ouster of Nicolas Maduro and the government in Venezuela, install a U.S.-friendly regime and, get easy access to all of Venezuela's natural resources, which range from massive oil reserves, the largest in the world, to gold, mineral, heavy metals, rare earths, everything. Mm-hmm. And it's also geostrategically important. So I think all of those were pretexts. Venezuela doesn't produce fentanyl. They're not a big producer of really any drugs. They pass through. So that really can't be the reason to go after Venezuela. Okay. And this entire discourse of exporting criminals to the United States is really just a bunch of nonsense. Mm-hmm.
All right. Mick, on the US side, what do you make of those assertions from Eva?
I don't know if they're assertions. I think it's sort of an all of the above is a possible answer here. They could have something to do with drugs, something to do with immigration, something to do with oil, something to do with regime change. I think what you're seeing here more broadly is sort of a reinstitution of the Monroe Doctrine, which is that we are going to pay a lot more close attention to what's happening in the Western Hemisphere. I think you could probably make the case that America has ignored its southern neighbors for probably too long. So I think you can put all of that together and get that. I just don't understand why it's happening now. That's the part I'm struggling with. All of the things that Ava just mentioned were applied in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and Trump chose not to do any of this. I'm not sure what has changed. Yes, some of the people have changed. So Marco Rubio is there now. He wasn't a member of the administration during the first term, but John Bolton was just as neoconservative and just as sort of militaristic as Marco Rubio is. So I'm not sure that has changed much at all. So that's what's got me scratching my head. Is I don't really look at the motivations as much as why now is different than it was 4 years ago, because whatever motivation, excuse, if you want to use the word, that you've got now existed 8 years ago, and still at that time the Trump administration did not act.
Guillaume, what do you think? Why now? And do you agree with what Mick is saying, that we are going to see much more overt attention from the US on the Western Hemisphere?
Yeah, so I think I certainly agree with Eva that it has nothing to do with drugs. Venezuela does not produce drugs. The United States' major drug production is the the major drug crisis is the opioid crisis, the fentanyl crisis, which Venezuela plays no role in. Colombian cocaine, there's some transiting via Venezuela, but only about 5% of Colombian cocaine, 5 to 7% of Colombian cocaine. The bulk of Colombian cocaine goes to the United States and to Europe increasingly via the Pacific. So Pacific ports on the South American coast, so that's not Venezuela. It's not immigration. If anything, US policy has been a driver of Venezuelan migration for about 10 years, particularly US sanctions, first in 2017 and then increasingly from 2019 onwards with the oil sanctions. They've been a key driver of Venezuelan migration towards other Latin American states, but also towards the United States. So if sanctions have been a driver of migration, you can imagine what military intervention, war, could the effect that could have on creating a humanitarian crisis and a migratory crisis on an unprecedented scale. So I don't think that's what is driving US policy, or if it's driving US policy, it's doing it in a very foolish way. So I think, yes, I think it has to do with the reassertion of the monarchy.
Oh, we seem to have lost Guillaume's audio there for a moment. I'm going to pop over to Ava while we see if we can get your audio sorted out there, Guillaume. Stay with us. Ava, pick up on what Guillaume was saying, but also on what Mick was talking about, that why now? Why do you think now? Is it that the US is just simply assessing that President Maduro poses too much of a risk to US security?
No, there's no risk. I mean, in all honesty, all of these issues have existed for years, as Mick was saying. So it's not as though all of a sudden there's some increased risk. Venezuela generally poses no threat whatsoever to the United States in a realistic context. You could say all these things. Oh, yes, they're close with China, they're close with Russia, they're close with Iran. That's been going on, though, for the past 20 plus years. So that's not an increased risk. At the same time, though, there has been an ongoing U.S. effort to undermine the Venezuelan government from the time when Hugo Chavez was in power. I mean, there was a U.S.-supported coup d'etat in 2002, and there were efforts over the years. The U.S. has funneled millions and millions of taxpayer dollars, U.S. taxpayer dollars, through USAID and the National Endowment for Democracy and the State Department to prop up that Venezuelan opposition to try to, encourage and execute regime change, which has failed on every occasion. So I go back to the why now, in my opinion, is that it was sold to President Trump as an easy win, another notch on his list of, I did this, I accomplished this, I did it, I got Maduro out, we're back in Venezuela, we're back in business. And at the same time, I mean, the opposition has also increased their their campaigning and their lobbying efforts. And we've seen, you know, the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize is the leader of the Venezuelan opposition, and she's actively and openly, overtly, over the top praising Trump, even saying she wants to come to Washington and give him her Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, so they are strongly advocating for military intervention in Venezuela, and I think it's been sold that way to him, that this is an easy win. And I think we even see that coming out of, you know, research and reports about what's going on in the White House and in the inner circle with Stephen Miller saying, well, he's looking for a fight. It didn't work out with Mexico, so they thought Venezuela is the next one. It's going to be easy. But I'm here to tell you it's not going to be easy. I mean, we've already seen it's not going to be a 1, 2, 3. And they're gravely underestimating the internal situation in Venezuela in terms of the movements that have built up over decades in the country that are not going to just sit back and allow the U.S. to invade and impose a puppet regime that's favorable to the U.S. and will hand over the country's resources to United States companies.
Okay, we are absolutely going to come to the opposition to day after if regime change is the goal a little bit later in our debate. So I'm going to put a pin in those specific comments and I'm going to circle back to them. Ava, Guillaume, I know we've got you back. Excellent news. Stay there because I want to just throw something to Mick first and then we'll bring you back in. Mick, is the president... has he been sold that this is an easy win? In which case, are we expecting a US attack on Venezuela?
That's hard to say. I don't know what an easy win looks like. But if the question is military action imminent, I think the answer is probably yes. As a friend of mine in the Pentagon pointed out a couple of weeks back, you don't put an aircraft carrier off of a foreign coast and not intend to use it. I think the issue then is what is the nature of that military action? Trump ran on a non-interventionist sort of policy, getting us out of what he called stupid wars all around the world and so forth. He ran on that in 2016, 2020, and 2024. People ask me, you know, what was our biggest accomplishment in the first term? And one of the things I always point to is that we were, I think at that time, the first president during my lifetime who hadn't started a war during his time in office. So this was a big deal for Trump in the first term. He did get a little bit of a taste of what the American military can do on that bombing raid they pulled off in Iran. And it was extraordinarily successful. He was praised, and I think rightly so, for it. And I think he's now wondering, okay, maybe that's not war to him. You know, maybe tomahawk diplomacy is not the same as putting American soldiers on the ground in a foreign country. I can absolutely see him at this point using the same type of strategic sort of or tactical sort of strikes inside a country. I still, however, cannot imagine he would ever commit American troops to set foot in Venezuela. It runs against everything that, not only that he's talked about, politicians change, you know, they go against what they talk about all the time, but this really goes against his very DNA. He is a non-interventionist. He's not a pacifist by any stretch of the imagination, but I can't imagine him committing American troops to invade a foreign country. And I think I think he would experience tremendous political pushback from his own base were he to do that. They'd be fine with some strikes, either through air or through cruise missiles and so forth. But I don't think that his folks would support him in putting troops on the ground.
Guillaume, I mean, how do you feel about that in the region? I mean, might not be boots on the ground, but tomahawk diplomacy throws the whole region into security chaos.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's Trump's preference to go to war here. I actually think his intuition is probably, this America first, no more forever wars. I think this is being driven by the neocons in his administration. I think it's being driven essentially by Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio was already very hawkish on Venezuela and Cuba, obviously, in the last administration. But then back then he was senator. Now he's Secretary of State, and he thinks the road to Havana goes via Caracas, and he wants regime change in Caracas. And I think there's a real tug of war here inside the administration. My sense is that Trump's intuition, his political political intuition is not to do this. But now that he's done this massive military buildup off the coast of Venezuela, I mean, you know, there's a lot of pressure for him to use these toys. I think if he does that, I mean, if he puts boots on the ground, it will be a historic quagmire and the biggest mistake in his administration by far. If he does airstrikes, I think that he will not be successful at regime change. I think there's a misreading of the situation in Venezuela. The security apparatus in Venezuela has tightened over the last few years. There have been a number of coups, some of them backed by the United States, particularly going back to 2019 and 2020, those years where there's a lot of regime change attempts. Every time a coup fails, every time a regime change attempt fails, it tightens the security ship. The military apparatus is purged, the would-be traitors are unmasked, and right now the Venezuelans are running a pretty tight ship. That's on the military front, not even talking about the political front, where there is still, it has been weakened, but there's still a significant Chavista bastion, and it would be, you know, I don't think you're seeing a few airstrikes leading to a sudden regime change or the demise of the current Venezuelan government.
I'm going to come to regime change again in just a moment, but first I want to ask you, Ava, the US had invested heavily in Venezuelan oil infrastructure until it was pulled out from under them in the 70s. So is President Trump right, in some sense, claiming that Venezuela stole the US assets?
No, not at all. And that's mischaracterized, because there was a process that the U.S. was a part of. That it was a time period when the U.S. was actually heavily involved in helping to build Venezuela's democracy at that time, and was involved in the decision-making process and the negotiations that took place back then in 1976 when the industry was formally nationalized. And U.S. companies remained as some of the major players in Venezuela over the years. And in fact, it was in the 90s when there were efforts underway, which is actually what propelled Chavez to power in the first place, that this massive movement that built up in Venezuela in the 1990s, backing him because he had led an attempted coup d'etat in 1992 against President Carlos Andrés Pérez way back then, and he was imprisoned for it at the time. And then this movement built up around, because precisely there were efforts underway to privatize once again the oil industry. Poverty was growing to a massive extent throughout Venezuela, upwards of 80% poverty, and the majority of people were excluded from any part of the political process. It was this very sort of corrupted system of power sharing amongst the two major parties, not unlike what we have in the United States. But in any case, so oil was nationalized before, and the U.S. was a party to the process, and there were no complaints that anything had been stolen. In the 2000s, 2006, 2007, Chavez did some further nationalizations, not just of the oil industry, but also there were others internally with electricity and other of the major resources and utilities. And there were some U.S. companies like ExxonMobil, primarily ConocoPhillips, that were against those harsher restrictions on the oil was already nationalized, but they increased the ownership that PDVSA, Venezuela's state oil company, had to have over the joint ventures. Okay. And Exxon and ConocoPhillips left. But remember, the major oil company in Venezuela today is from the U.S. and it's Chevron. And they're still getting the oil from Venezuela and supplying it within the United States. So the concept that there was some theft is ridiculous. There were court cases, there were settlements, there are things that are still unsettled, but there was never any theft, because you can't steal something that doesn't belong to you. Something can't be stolen from you that didn't belong to you in the first place. And the oil belongs to Venezuela.
Mick, do you want to jump in there? Because, I mean, is it theft? There are court cases still ongoing, still in January 2025, that an international arbitration has ruled that Venezuela owes a US company $8.7 billion.
Yeah, and I'm not as familiar with the history of it, obviously, as Ava is. I don't follow this as closely as some people, but there are judgments. I don't know if they came through settlement discussions or through actual court cases, but Citgo is being ordered to be sold in this country to raise money in order to pay American companies for losses, for assets that were taken from them, again, in Venezuela. So to simply say, oh, no, there's really not that big a deal, there wasn't anything happening, which sort of flies against what we're seeing actually go on today. There are judgments against Venezuelan companies that are ordering the sale of their assets in the United States to pay those debts. So to say the Venezuelans didn't take anything from the Americans doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm not sure how big a role that plays in what Trump is doing. He did comment on this, to my mind, the first time in just the last couple of days about how there were American companies who lost stuff. They took our oil. Trump has used that language here in the last couple of days. He had a senior advisor on television, I think just in the last 24 hours, talking about the role of Venezuelan oil in what's happening. So I think it's fair to say that oil is certainly part of this discussion. But to say that no one's been wronged by the Venezuelan actions, I think I'm not sure how you could back that up.
No, just to interject, that's not what I was saying. What I was saying was that there were negotiations, there were court cases, there were settlements, and there are still parts of those settlements that have not been followed through on. There's no question about that, but there was no theft of the resource that belonged to Venezuela. There were disagreements over how the joint ventures were then restructured. And rightly so, those U.S. companies are seeking payment of those judgments by seizing control of Venezuela's assets in the United States, such as Citgo. But I think it's important to also emphasize that none of those companies are the American government or the United States government. So it would be very strange for the U.S. to wage war on behalf of ExxonMobil, for example, in Venezuela, to risk American lives for Exxon.
Do you want to respond to that, Mick, or will I move us on?
No, but look, the American government will defend American corporations. There's no question about that. Now, if your point is that there's redress during the courts, I think that's a fair point to make. If the point is that you can get compensation in other ways, that's a fair point to make. But no, I would fully expect that every government would protect its own domestic industry against international interference. That's one of the reasons they exist.
Let's look at this idea of whether it's regime change and whether President Maduro can weather this upped tension, because we've heard from the White House Chief of Staff. She said in that recent Vanity Fair article that's been causing waves that President Trump will keep blowing up boats until Maduro cries uncle. Those comments are widely being interpreted as a desire for regime change. Nicolas Maduro weathered the economic storm wrought by economic sanctions during President Trump's first term. Guillaume, I'm going to bring you in a moment to respond, but Ava, you're the person who is best placed to answer this first question. Can he survive this renewed pressure campaign? Because the ring is tightening. We've got the world's biggest aircraft carrier sitting off the coast.
Well, there's no doubt that there's an increase of pressure that they're feeling, that Maduro is feeling. But again, it's not just Nicolas Maduro in charge of the government in Venezuela. He's in the position of being the leader, the president, the figurehead. But it's a whole apparatus and structure that is also keeping power in the country. So it's not as easy as just removing one person and all of a sudden all the pieces fall apart. I mean, it's a structure in place that's been built up now over decades and has been, as Guillaume was saying, has been tightened and tightened with each effort to overthrow or undermine this particular government over the past, 5-6 years. So I think that, yes, he's under a lot of pressure, but I don't think he's going to cry uncle over this campaign that's underway, especially because it seems like increasingly they're improvising. The Trump administration is improvising. Yesterday, it was fentanyl and drug trafficking, which then everybody realized, it doesn't come from Venezuela. Then it's migration. That's caused also in part by, the tightening of the sanctions. And in any case, it's not a reason to go to war. And now it's the oil. And so there seems, and the stealing of U.S. property, the oil, let's go to war over that. So, I think they're seeing that, they're seeing the news, they're seeing the social media posts that President Trump is making. They're seeing the improvisation. They're seeing the domestic issues in the United States, the affordability crisis, you know, the unpopularity of many of these policies of President Trump, the internal divisions, the difficulties, the opposition of the Democratic Party to most of these efforts underway right now against Venezuela. So, and from Trump's own party and from the MAGA movement, we're seeing outcry and opposition over it. So I think that Maduro is most likely watching that and saying, I can just sit tight and ride out this storm once again.
Okay, Guillaume, can he sit tight and ride out this storm, or is the writing on the wall here?
Yeah, let me just comment very briefly on the oil component. Trump's oil argument is not a serious argument. Most countries in the global south nationalized their oil in the 1970s. If anything, Venezuela did it in a very respectful way and compensated the United States. And in recent years, in fact, if there have been any compensations, it's been confiscations. It's been U.S. confiscations of Venezuelan assets rather than the other way around. The United States has been stealing Venezuelan assets now for a number of years because of its sanctions regimes, including Citgo. And it's the Venezuelans that have been trying to bring the U.S. back to lower the sanctions. There was a deal made with Chevron. In fact, there is some oil going from Venezuela to the United States right now. We'll have to see whether the U.S. government decides to seize that as well. There is 10% of Venezuela's oil is actually going to the U.S. right now. So I completely agree with Eva. These are unserious arguments, changing the argument, the narrative every day. And it's fundamentally about regime change. It's about the reassertion of the United States in the Western Hemisphere. It's about going back to gunboat diplomacy of the early 20th century. It's really about, we've just seen the U.S.'s national security, the U.S. president's national security strategy, spelling it out pretty clearly, right? Retreat from Europe, some ambiguity about the pivot to Asia, which this seems to be unclear now, some ambiguity about the Middle East, but no ambiguity at all about the Western Hemisphere. It's about reimposing a very crude form of imperialism in the Western Hemisphere. So I think that's essentially what we're seeing now. And just on the point as to whether Venezuela
can Maduro weather that new attention?
I think the tragedy here is that it's the Venezuelan people that are suffering here. I mean, I think it's going to be very difficult for the United States to do regime change. But while it does this, it imposes tremendous levels of suffering on the Venezuelan population. We've seen it through the sanctions, which have caused tens of thousands of deaths in Venezuela. U.S. sanctions causing direct deaths. There are a number of academic papers clearly demonstrating this. And now, of course, the seizing of these tankers. Venezuela depends totally on its oil. If it can't export its oil, it can't, basically pay for healthcare or, pay wages or cover the basic necessities of its population. And there are now academics, I've been talking to a few academics who are studying and they're saying if this continues for a number of weeks, you could even risk famine in Venezuela.
So should Maduro go, Guillermo, in interest of his people?
I don't think that's the question we should be asking, right? The United States, is criticizing the Maduro government because it considers the government to be authoritarian, but then it supports a number of authoritarian governments around the world because it sees them as, sees these governments as pro-US or, in today's terms, more pro-Trump than pro-US. This is completely double standards that we've been accustomed to in Latin America for many years, and it's very sad actually to see a small but a radical sector of the Venezuelan opposition calling for an invasion of its own country. My country, Ecuador, there's a pretty authoritarian government that's got the opposition exile and there's extrajudicial killings and so on and so forth. Nobody's calling for an invasion of our own country. So I think this is, a very sad state of affairs. I think the United States has largely gotten us to this point by actually radicalizing the Venezuelan government, making the Venezuelan government into a security state, essentially. And I think it's very sad for the Venezuelan population who's suffering the consequences of all this.
Let me just remind all of our panellists, if you want to jump in, obviously, Guillaume, you had some comments on oil. Please feel free to engage with our other panellists. You don't need to wait for me to call on you. If you have a comment that you want to throw in, please be my guest. Mick, in the meantime, let me ask you, can the US affect regime change without military intervention?
Probably not. I mean, I think if we were doing that, it would have happened by now. You know, we thought that Mr. Guaido was the answer 8 years ago. Clearly, he wasn't. I don't think that the economic sanctions are probably enough to promote regime change. I honestly don't think that blowing up the boats is enough. I read the same article, obviously, that Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, did with Vanity Fair, and saw the comments about how the plan is to blow up boats until Maduro just cries uncle. Being such a small part of the economy, I don't know how that would actually happen. I don't know why blowing up a couple of drug boats or all of the drug boats, even if you blew up all of them, how that would affect regime change. So if the economics doesn't work, if the small level sort of military action against the drug boat doesn't work, and I don't think either of those will, that leaves military action. I think that's about it. You know, we've tried everything else. We tried supporting the opposition through Guaido. We obviously do some other stuff with the opposition now. So I think if they're really interested in regime change, that military is the only way to accomplish that. I won't get into whether or not America is the root cause of all the evils and ills that have fallen upon the Venezuelan people. I think it's probably their own domestic policies more than anything else, as is always the case. And we won't get into now as whether or not America is a nasty imperialist nation. That's not the point of this discussion. But to your point, I don't think that this level of activity that we've seen so far is enough to produce regime change. So if that's what the administration really wants. By the way, I think the most interesting thing that Guillaume has said here is that this is really about Havana as much as it is Caracas. If that's what this is really about, then they'll have to use military action, because everything they're doing now I don't think is going to be effective.
Eva, Russia has always been a strong ally, but it's pretty occupied in other areas. Does Maduro have enough strong international support to continue to stand up to the US if this military intervention, military pressure continues?
Well, certainly if there's an increase in some kind of military action against Venezuela, a direct invasion or bombing campaign on land, as Trump keeps suggesting, I would expect there would be a reaction. I don't know that it would specifically be beyond rhetoric from Russia or China, as they've already made statements. Of course, there could be other deals going on behind the scenes between Putin and Trump over Ukraine and Venezuela. There's been some speculation about that. Their backyard, our backyard type of deal. At the same time, though, I don't think that most of the world is going to remain silent if the U.S. openly just militarily invades Venezuela with the goal of regime change. Again, Venezuela poses no direct threat to the United States at all. All of this has been fabricated. It's not to say that the Maduro regime or government is this great, fantastic democratic government. That's not what's at issue here. There's no threat to the U.S. There's no threat to U.S. national security. The whole drug argument is a facade, as we've already been talking about. And the blowing up of the boats, a large percentage of those boats aren't even coming from Venezuela. They're coming from Colombia. They're in the Pacific. That's not Venezuela. And in any case, as we've established, Venezuela is not the drug producer. So I think that Trump is backed into a corner on this by primarily Marco Rubio and as we've discovered, Stephen Miller, who've sold this as the fight, I think, as an easy win in the sense of Maduro will leave, because they've underestimated Venezuela as they have for the past 25 years. And so I do think that it's likely something could happen, because if it doesn't, then it seems as though Trump will lose, which is unacceptable to him. As we've seen, he's not a loser. He won't accept that. So they will have to do something. But I don't think that they will achieve regime change through if they, drop a few bombs on the border with Colombia. Venezuelans aren't going to have an uprising and overthrow Maduro, and he's not just going to leave. And again, it's not just about Maduro. It's an entire structure that's in place. It's a system that's not going to be so easy to just dismantle with if in the event that Nicolas Maduro were to step down for any reason. It's unlikely, though. They're doubling down in Venezuela. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm hearing from, friends, people in the country. They're living their lives normally. It's the holiday season. It's Christmas. Everyone's out celebrating. They're not acting as though the bombs are about to fall or the U.S. Marines are about to invade.
Mm-hmm. Mick, do you agree that Venezuela poses no threat to the U.S. national security?
I don't know how they would from a military standpoint. If the drugs, I tend to agree. I don't associate Venezuela with drugs. I know that they run it through there, but I associate Venezuela with oil. I always have. I think most people do. And the fentanyl, I've always associated more with China and Mexico than everything else. So I think it's a fair question to ask, which is what is the national security threat? Of course, the administration is taking the position this is a narco-terrorist regime. And if they have evidence of that at some point, I think they're going to have to make that case to the American people. I'm not sure that right now the public really understands what the motivation would be, the American public, for military action against Venezuela. If you picked a different country that played a bigger role in the migratory crisis, a bigger role in the drug crisis, maybe that's a different discussion. But I don't think anybody if you'd asked somebody 6 months ago to name the top 5 biggest threats to the American public in terms of the drug trade, I'm not sure Venezuela would have been on the list. So I think it's a fair point. And one of the reasons that I think the Trump administration has yet to make the case that this justifies military action. If I was expecting, by the way, that's what I was expecting last night. When the president said he was going to make a White House address, I thought it was going to be an Oval Office address. It wasn't. It was from a different part of the building. That's a very serious thing. I arranged one of those for the president in 2019. They might happen once a year, maybe. And we were all sort of expecting him to go on TV last night and make the case as to why we were going to start taking military action in Venezuela. That didn't happen, but I still think it has to. I don't think he can, escalate here dramatically over where they are now without making the case to the American people, or else the folks will turn on him. And let's not lose sight of the fact, again, the show's not about American domestic politics, but we're about a year away now from a midterm election.
Yeah.
And the American public, if they're not convinced that there's justification here, will force the Republicans to pay a price at the ballot box.
Guillaume, we heard Ava talking about the support that this is galvanizing within Venezuela against the US. Is that something you're seeing broader in the region? Is this turning the region against the United States?
Yeah, I think inside Venezuela, it's certainly a moment of rekindling sort of the nationalist spirit. And I think the United States have misread Venezuela for decades, actually. But the United States has consistently had a close relationship with the more radical sectors of the Venezuelan opposition. But there is, in fact, an opposition inside Venezuela, pretty, very anti-Maduro opposition that is against this military buildup and the threat of military intervention, because they think it will strengthen Chavismo's hand, and it will make Maduro look like a nationalist and someone who defends national interest and who defends Venezuela's sovereignty. Whereas the more radical sectors of the opposition are kind of could easily be portrayed as sellouts, of people who are on the side of the United States, not just on the side of the United States, but on the side of foreign invasion. I mean, who's in favor of foreign invasion of their own country? So I think there's a misreading of that, just like there was a misreading of the whole Guaido phenomenon. I mean, it's an ongoing misreading that the United States is guilty of, and that's nationwide. And at the international level, yes, I think we're going to see the region being very against the possibility of military action in Venezuela. Why? Because the region has already gone through this huge migratory wave of Venezuela, 7 to 8 million Venezuelans leaving Venezuela between 2017 and 2023, in large part because of the sanctions and the economic disaster this helped to create. And a lot of countries don't want this, and they think if there's war, it's going to be worse. Trump, has a few allies in the region, Milei, and we've just seen the election of Castro the weekend. So that works in Trump's favor. But I think even in countries that have quite right-wing presidents, there's going to be no appetite for war because it's going to create regional chaos. So I think there's a misreading of the Latin American situation. Now, there is, I agree with Eva, the need for an off-ramp for Trump, right? And there are already voices there. They're saying we'll negotiate. President Lula has been very outspoken, saying, let me negotiate between Venezuela and the United States. There can be and should be an agreement that should be possible. Even Qatar has offered its sort of services for negotiating an outcome. So I think there are a few possibilities, for some kind of deal. Maybe Venezuela needs to crack down on some of the drug traffickers that don't exist so that Trump can show that to his domestic audience.
Indeed.
All sorts of things are possible. Yeah.
The US may consider the removal of Maduro as a victory, but history tells us that regime change is never clear-cut. The Nobel Peace Prize winning opposition figure, Maria Corina Machado, says she wants the country to embrace popular capitalism, saying that there should be privatisation of more than about 500 enterprises that the government had previously nationalised or confiscated. Now, Mick, we know that she and her opposition movement has strong support from the White House. As we've been hearing from Guillaume and Eva, is this just another example of the US misreading the situation? Is there not popular support from that from within the country, and the US is backing the wrong horse?
Oh, I have no idea what the lay of the land is in Caracas in Venezuela. I have zero insight into that. If the charge is that we have been guilty in the past of picking the wrong horse, yeah, I think that's absolutely right. We thought that Guaido was the guy. I was chief of staff when we brought him into the Oval Office to meet with the President of the United States. John Bolton believed that this was going to be the end of the Maduro regime and that Guaido was going to be the new leadership, and then clearly that fizzled out. So, yeah, is it possible that we are misreading the situation? I think that's always a possibility. That being said, it shouldn't surprise anybody that we are backing governments who believe in free markets and capitalism and democracy. That's what we do. So I don't think that should be a surprise to anybody. Is this the winning formula? I don't think we know, but we might find out, because if you do end up with military action, then I think Trump has to stay in it. Once he begins a war at any level, he sort of has to stay until he's got something to show for it. I don't think just saying, oh, now there's not any more drugs coming in is enough for them to pull out. Like I said, go back to the original comment I made about my friend at the Pentagon. You don't park the George W. Bush aircraft carrier off the coast of Venezuela and not use it. You have to have something to show for this show of force. So I don't know what that looks like. But if it is a regime change, look, you're always rolling the dice. Even with popular elections, you're rolling the dice is what the next election might look like in any given country. But if the criticism is that we might be backing the wrong horse, that's always a risk that people run.
Eva, I mean, regardless of your personal views, perhaps, is the opposition that the US is championing here, are they a credible alternative for people in Venezuela?
Not generally speaking. I mean, as Guillaume was saying, there is a very viable, active anti-Maduro opposition inside Venezuela. Of course, now there's widespread repression and over any kind of dissent because of these ongoing efforts of regime change. So it's hard for anyone to build a movement inside the country to try to oppose Maduro at this stage. But there has always been, there's a Venezuela, again, miscalculated, misread, misunderstood, underestimated, but has had this very rich social movement history throughout the past, 50 plus years. And
people argue, though, that that's changed under Maduro, and that's why the opposition is needing to push in exile almost.
Yeah, but the far radical right-wing opposition is not what's going to execute change within the country and receive widespread popularity. I mean, there are other figures in the country. There are other movements in the country. You know, there are other groups that I'm not saying to be backed by the United States, but I'm saying for change to come about as it should inside of Venezuela, there are other players, you know, who and movements and you know, politicians. But yes, there has been this kind of repression that's taken place over the past few years. But no, someone like, I mean, I don't know, I could be wrong, but from the experience and the lived experience inside the country and knowing, you know, the people and over these years, it would be far-fetched for someone like Maria Corina Machado to take power from a regime change operation led by the United States and then be widely accepted and lead a transition to this fantastical capitalist, you know, populist society that she's talked about and is opening it up to the trillions of dollars of investment from the United States for them to flood the country. That is not really the direction that Venezuela seems to be going in. There needs to be some kind of change. I don't question that whatsoever. But the fundamental mistake here has been overplaying the hand with this radicalized far right and divided Venezuelan opposition, because believe me, we may see one figurehead in the media today, but that doesn't mean that they are all united around that person. There are many different factions within the Venezuelan opposition as well, which is what has led, generally speaking, to their failure to execute any kind of change in Venezuela through electoral means or other means over the past, you know, couple of decades.
We're almost out of time. Guillaume, round us out. What's the regional sort of gauge on this almost overbearing US support for one particular opposition figure? Is there concern that the US is just trying to install puppets across the region?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think we're facing a very, very dangerous, a very serious situation right now off the coast of Venezuela. This is the largest military buildup in history, potentially, in the Caribbean. The last time the United States invaded and significantly occupied, there were other examples later on in Haiti, but the last significant U.S. occupation of a Latin American country is Panama, 1989-1990. Panama back then had 2.5 million inhabitants. Venezuela today has 28 million inhabitants. There has never been a U.S. Invasion of a South American countries. These are larger states. There's a reason for this. They're larger states. They have bigger populations. They're larger cities. Venezuela's also got lots of jungles. You know, a proper military intervention on behalf of the United States in Venezuela would create a nightmare on the scale of a number of other nightmares of past U.S. military interventions, you know, that we know of. You know, Iraq comes to mind, Vietnam comes to mind. I mean, actually, Venezuela right now has a larger population than Iraq had in 2003, and a lot more jungles, right? And in terms of the potential repercussions on the region, we've already discussed the migratory crisis, but for the people, you know, we could be facing a civil war, a sort of, almost a Libyan outcome. You know, this is not a good idea. It's a brutal way of conducting foreign policy in the Western Hemisphere on behalf of the United States. It will have long-lasting consequences and will be rejected for generations of Latin Americans to come. It's a bad idea, you know, across the board.
Well, let's see.
I would just throw in there that Venezuela also has a lot of weapons. So it's not as though if the U.S. were to execute some kind of land invasion, the military would just lay down their arms and, you know, surrender. I don't foresee that happening. And the civilians in Venezuela have a lot of weapons. So it's not this easy situation that they could just go in, take Maduro out, put Maria Corina Machado in, and everything would be great and peaceful and, you know, capitalist in Venezuela. It's not going to be that kind of a scenario, and it would be a very grave mistake.
As I said, we're almost out of time, but I feel like I just need to give a U.S. right of reply to that. Would it be easy for the U.S.? I mean, surely Venezuela can't stand up to the might of the United States military. Mick?
No, it wouldn't be easy, and I don't think it would be well advised to do that. So I'll finish where I started. I'm not sure why we're having the conversation. I'm not sure why Trump is contemplating military action in Venezuela. Everything that we've talked about today existed 8 years ago when he chose affirmatively not to do exactly what he's doing right now. So no, I think there's a lot of explaining to do before they fire the first real shots. There's one thing about attacking a boat, a small boat in international waters, and a different thing entirely about putting American men and women on the ground in Venezuela. So I don't think the Trump administration has made the case for that yet.
Well, let's hope we aren't having that debate in the very near future then. That's all we have time for. Thank you so much for joining us. Ava Gollinger, attorney, author and former advisor to the then Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez. Guillaume Long, former Foreign Minister of Ecuador, and Mick Mulvaney, the former White House Chief of Staff during President Donald Trump's first administration. Thank you for your contributions on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode. Be sure to follow us on YouTube. You can keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews at Arabiya English, and you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you for the next debate.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
I am Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching Arabiya English. From politics and religion to climate, war, and technology, 2025 was a year that reshaped the world and left headlines that won't be forgotten. In U.S. politics, starting with U.S. President Donald Trump, who takes office for a second term, setting the stage for high-stakes politics. Trump then appoints Elon Musk to lead the Department of Government Efficiency, which by May had cut staff across multiple federal agencies, including USAID. And in February, a fiery Oval Office meeting between President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made headlines that resulted in Zelensky's abrupt departure from the White House.
You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine? That you say what problems we have?
In global conflicts, in June, Israel attacked Iran's nuclear sites, sparking 10 days of escalating conflict. The USA further escalated the conflict by bombing 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities. And October brought a U.S. brokered Gaza ceasefire deal, temporarily halting the Israel-Gaza war. In religion, the Catholic Church mourned Pope Francis, who died at the age of 88 on Easter weekend. He was succeeded by Pope Leo XIV, the first American pope in history. In space, NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore returned safely to Earth after being stranded in space for over 9 months due to spacecraft issues. In economy, Trump's Liberation Day tariffs imposed a 10% tax on imports, sending worldwide markets into a spiral, sparking international negotiations. And finally, to close the year, Netflix shook the entertainment world in December by announcing a major deal to acquire Warner Bros. For $72 billion, integrating HBO and major franchises. 2025 was the year that shaped our world and set the stage for what's next. In 2026, world news will be dominated by ongoing geopolitical conflicts, the accelerating impact of AI, major elections in key countries, and high-profile global events like the FIFA World Cup. While major news for Saudi Arabia in 2026 centering on Vision 2030, featuring significant economic shifts, updated real estate laws, and high-profile international events. Stay tuned for all of these major developments in the new year.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then, there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it, Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Ukraine's President Zelensky is holding peace plan talks in London with EU leaders as Trump claims he hasn't read the proposals. Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa urges civilians to work together to rebuild their country a year after former ruler Bashar al-Assad was ousted. And Hollywood's award season kicks off as the nominees of next year's Golden Globes are announced. Ukraine's President Zelensky is in London today holding talks with EU leaders, including British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. They discussed the latest peace plan that was drafted alongside US officials last week. Ahead of the talks, Keir Starmer said that we stand with Ukraine. Last night, President Trump claimed Zelensky hadn't read the proposal yet. Take a listen.
A little bit disappointed that President Zelensky hasn't yet read the proposal. That was as of a few hours ago. His people love it. but he hasn't. Russia's fine with it. Russia, I guess, would rather have the whole country when you think of it. But Russia is, I believe, fine with it. But I'm not sure that Zelensky is fine with it. His people love it. But he hasn't read it.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawiya Alami and Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes. Rawiya, let's start with you. We just heard from Donald Trump there, but also President Zelensky has been in London today, and then he's now travelling to Brussels, so there's lots of shuttle diplomacy happening there. How significant are these talks for moving the peace plan forward, especially after Trump's claim that Zelensky's not even read it?
Well, in theory and symbolically, they should be significant. But in practice, in practical terms, since they ended with no results, I think they don't seem to be that significant. Now, from what we know so far, that at least on the issue of territory, there was no agreement during these meetings, which means that territory remains the most challenging obstacle in this deal. On security guarantees, defense aid, and other issues that were discussed, maybe there were private reassurances were offered by the Europeans to Ukraine. But from a public diplomacy standpoint, it did not come out with anything substantial. I think, though, there are originally limits to European-led diplomacy in whichever case.
It's quite interesting because it almost felt ceremonial today. It almost felt like Zelensky arrived in the UK to meet Macron, Merz and Starmer, Jono, as after those talks between the US and Ukraine over the weekend, no significant breakthrough. I don't know what you think. Is this all about just being with your allies, trying to show Donald Trump that you're strong together in the face of Moscow, in the face of Washington, D.C.? That's kind of how it's appearing at the moment.
Well, he needs Europe on side, and Europe has this influence. We know it has an influence, certainly, over the negotiations that are taking place, but it's political leverage more than anything else. It's not really authorship. The plans have been in place. It's a US drafted plan. And Europe is kind of saying, yes, we're OK with this. No, we're not. What we're seeing now is Zelensky trying to garner the troops in terms of a European front to try and get more leverage when it comes to coming to the negotiating table. The US has led the draft on this from the get-go. Europe is deeply invested on the ground. Europe has been funding Ukraine and continues to do so. It's been training troops. It's been handling the refugee fallout. Every single country in Europe has been handling that. And that gives leaders like Starmer, like Macron, like Merz, they've got the ability to shape the red lines that we're hearing so much about. They've been brandished about so much, particularly around the sovereignty, particularly around security guarantees, because as we know from the US's point of view, that will fall to Europe. So that's where Europe comes into play here and has the influence and has somewhat of a bargaining chip. What they can't do, certainly at this stage, is ignore Washington's weight and ignore Washington's requests. So it's less about rewriting the plan. That's not going to happen. The 19-point plan is there in place. It's more about preventing a deal that Europe and Ukraine can't live with more than anything else. So it's about finding the common ground and saying, right, this is where we are and this is where we'd like to be. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. The longer that Zelensky holds tough on not giving Trump a response in this, I think the more likely Donald Trump, who doesn't really deal very well when he kind of gets put on the back foot, he's likely to not take that really in a favourable light. So I think it's in Zelensky's best interest to get the troops together, i.e. in the form of Macron and of Starmer and of Merz, and say, right, here's the united front of Europe and here's what we think we want in terms of a deal, and then come back to the negotiating table if that's the case. That's what I think we're seeing right now.
What I find interesting, Rawiya, is we haven't really heard from Russia, have we? Russia haven't said what they like about the peace plan, if they're even going to agree to it, what they're willing to concede. None of us actually really know what this looks like. So we're all talking about it, but we're not actually 100% sure about anything. And it's quite a difficult position for analysts to be in and people on the ground, because it's that insecurity of what is this plan? It's changed so many times. Is Moscow looking at the same plan as Kyiv is.
Especially, you're right. Especially after Witkoff and Jared Kushner went to Moscow to discuss the plan with Putin, and then we didn't really hear much after that about the details. And in fact, this is why the Ukrainian delegation has went back, met again on Saturday in Miami with the Americans so that they can brief them on what happened in Moscow. Now, the thing is, we heard it from President Trump that the Russians are okay with it, with the plan. That's what he said.
And we haven't heard that before.
We haven't heard that before. But also we're hearing that the Zelensky's people, as President Trump called them, his team, they love the plan. But Zelensky hasn't really read the proposal yet. So we're getting a lot of mixed signals as to exactly what has this plan come down to now that it's 19 points. Who is agreeing on what? Exactly. And even we haven't heard from Russia about what they refuse to, from this plan.
Yeah, it's sort of fascinating, isn't it? Because we've been talking about a long time, but not 100% knowing the details of the plan. I think it's really interesting because I spoke to a couple of analysts in my earlier show, and both of them actually came out and said the same thing to me. They said Putin and Russia are continuing this war because they have the men to do it. They have the men to send to the front lines to fight. They basically have the bodies. And the problem is Ukraine is running out of that, and they don't have that at the moment. So even though we're hearing about drone warfare, electronic warfare, it still comes down to that face-to-face combat on the battlefield that wins you territory.
Yeah, it's size of population.
Population, the army strength, but also financially. Ukraine are not in a position to continue this war indefinitely funded by Europe. Now, there was a British government source who'd said earlier today that the leaders of certain countries in Europe have discussed using those frozen Russian assets that we've heard a lot about as well in the last couple of months to fund the Ukrainian effort. And we've seen Estonia, Finland, Ireland, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland and Sweden say, listen, EU, perk up and get the cash out there. Use those frozen assets quicker, sooner rather than later, to finance Ukraine and their war efforts. And I think the simple reason is, I've listed countries, Spain's not in there, but it should be, in terms of financial viability. They simply cannot afford to continue giving aid.
And the problem is Belgium do not want to release these frozen funds to Ukraine because it's very difficult to do it legally. So they're saying that they arguably need a loophole to do this. That money does belong to Russia. So once again, we're seeing the Europeans just not united when they need to be right now behind Ukraine.
But it's costing them so much money. I mean, this is a rough estimate from last year, 177 billion in combined financial, military and humanitarian funds to Ukraine. By comparison, the Gaza war effort has garnered 450 million in humanitarian aid to Gaza since 2023. So it is a stark contrast when you look at it like that. How long really can Europe afford to bankroll this effort? And I think Zelensky is dragging his heels a little bit on this. To say he hasn't read the plan, I feel perhaps it's certainly he's had a glance, for sure.
I think he's trying to gain time
at
this stage so that he doesn't say no to Trump, as you said, because President Trump is not going to take it very well.
No's don't go well.
Yeah, but definitely we have to also bear in mind that the European military aid to Ukraine has gone down almost 57% since the beginning of this year. So in comparison, the second part of this year, it's almost half of what Ukraine was getting at the beginning of the year. And if we want to talk about how long Europe can maintain this, you're absolutely right. I mean, there are countries, not just the countries that you mentioned, but other major countries in Europe that are struggling with costs and budgets and also with public outrage, that the money that is needed to be funneled internally, locally and domestically is being sent to Ukraine. So I don't think that is very sustainable for a long time.
Yeah, it's a super interesting conversation, and I think a lot of analysts are now asking how long Europe will really keep funding Ukraine. But thanks so much for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story now. And Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara has urged civilians to work together to rebuild their country as they mark a year since the ousting of ruler Bashar al-Assad. Al-Shara led an alliance that took the capital Damascus this time last year after nearly 14 years of war, putting an end to more than 5 decades of the al-Assad family rule. all. Jono, let's start with you, because I think everyone watching the show and ourselves will remember that very moment that the Assad regime fell. It seemed to happen very quickly. But what does Syria, the first year after al-Assad was gone, tell us about the country's path towards recovery, stability and a future?
Well, what we know from this is that ending the regime was the easy part of this entire process. We've got a country that's faced 14 years of civil war. The real test is rebuilding the country after that. Symbolically, the first year matters hugely because it's that unity messaging, it's the celebrations that we're seeing all over our screens today, and it's that very clear break from Assad's rule that we're witnessing taking place. But the practical part behind Syria's rebuild is now what follows, and that is enormous, and I don't think you can really take that challenge lightly. There is the economic collapse, the damaged infrastructure that's there on ground, displaced populations. There's everything that goes along with that, the militias that are still there, that hold real power in Syria. All of that is a follow-on. That would be the real test of al-Shara and his true power as de facto president, because, of course, he's not currently elected, and we're probably 4 years away from a presidential election. Even though we've just had government elections there, we're 4 or 5 years away from any presidential election. So stability really depends on al-Shara and how he can translate that battlefield alliances, and even those somewhat soft power alliances that he used when he went to the US, that he can use those into real civilian governance and bring international legitimacy to Syria and to a real government that actually can work for the people of Syria. But it's still a hugely symbolic day for them.
It is hugely symbolic, and there are, as you do say, still sectarian violence that we're seeing in Syria. No rebuilding has happened this year on. I know it's very early to say, Rawia, but no reconstruction started. And obviously we saw al-Shara in the White House, and that was, of course, that was last month. He's built a bond with Donald Trump. We are aware the West support al-Shara, but that doesn't stop the fact that most Syrians are still living in dire poverty. The buildings are crumbling. There's no constitution in place. But do they still see this as a moment to celebrate?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's evident from the footage. If you look at the celebrations, the crowds that filled the streets in Damascus and in different Syrian cities, the squares that were filled with people, I think it is very telling as to how happy and what a joyous occasion this is. We have to remember that we're talking about people who have gone through civil war for 14 years, people who have endured a dictatorship, and one of the worst probably in recent histories, also for decades. So this is a dream. They're still in the euphoria of their dream come true. And it is true that no reconstruction happened in the past year, but I mean, there have been some significant achievements. First of all, the lifting of the sanctions, trying to revive the country economically at least, or jumpstart it. They had to deal with a lot of sectarian violence in different areas, from Druze, from Alawites. They had to deal also with Israel, having reoccupied parts of the of Syria near the border. There are a lot of challenges. I think the Syrian people still have, they do understand that these things take time. They do understand also from lessons of history what happened in Iraq, in Tunisia, in Egypt. After the Arab Spring, there is a price to pay for that, which is some period of chaos. I think they're doing well. I think they have the support of the Arab world and major players in the Arab world. They have the support of the Americans as well. And I think, you know, it can be pushed and things will happen. And I think Syrian people, they still have the patience to wait it out and see it through.
I think what's impressive with this as well, like you said, they not only have the support, but I think al-Shara on a world stage has hedged his bets in the right place with places like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt, Washington. He's playing that out because the main aim of the game here will be a return inward investment into Syria's economy, which I think is what's next. We've heard the pledges already. Once that comes in, then the rebuilding can start. So he's doing the right thing on an international stage. And then I think at grassroots level, there's a lot more work to be done, which is what's going to take a little bit of time. And I think he's fully aware of that.
And I don't think that was ever in doubt, because I was actually just thinking when we were talking about Syria, I do remember those absolutely traumatizing images that came out of Syria during that brutal civil war and how people really suffered and what really happened in the country. So actually seeing people out on the streets today is such...
It's an emotional. It's an emotional moment, even for non-Syrians.
Do you remember
for Arabs as well?
And I remember just watching the bombardment of the cities of Syria, how difficult it was for those people, and now it just feels like a weight has been lifted, but there's still work to happen. And Saudi Arabia also. Tell us a little bit about the gift.
Yes, actually, this is really, really significant. Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, apparently has gifted Ash-Shara a piece of the cover of Al-Kaaba. Al-Kaaba is the holiest, most holiest place, location in Islam. It's where all Muslims go to do the pilgrimage. It's the square building that is covered in black. So the cover of it is called Al-Kiswa, and it is very significant, and it has a very, it has almost a sacred, status in Islam. Apparently, he has gifted him a piece of it in February when he did his first out-of-state visit after, after he took power. But he didn't announce it, and he kept it for the special occasion of celebrating the first year anniversary of the overthrowing of al-Assad. It's now on display, as you can see, in the Umayyad mosque, the historic mosque, and it's very significant because the Saudis don't just give such gifts casually, something that is so holy, so religiously important and significant. They don't give it out casually. Usually when they do, it is to either, it's like an affirmation. It's like it's a recognition of the authority of the person this gift has been given to. Legitimizing. It deepens also the alliance, and it cultivates loyalty, and partnership. So this is the significance and the symbolism behind this gift.
Jonna, quickly, we're running out of time, but I want you to quickly talk to me. We know Bashar al-Assad is currently in Moscow. There's been a leak. What's happening?
The leak in the video is in poor quality audio. You can hear him say that Putin looks a little bit puffy right now, and he's had a lot of surgeries. That is a loose translation of what was said. However, what I think this is probably good from an international point of view. It means there may be some fractions and some cracks perhaps in that Moscow-Damascus alliance that we've seen for quite some time. So that may be a good thing, because we do know, of course, there's a military base that's there as well. Russia has relied on Syria for strategic footholds in the Middle East. Now that military base that's in Tartus is still there, but there's an air base as well. That huge strategic asset that Moscow have is not necessarily in jeopardy, but it means that Syria has firmly put its foot and said, right, Washington's the side that we want to be on. I think that's probably a wise choice. And it kind of removes, as Russia is so distracted, as we mentioned, with Ukraine right now, that's draining money and manpower. Damascus is the last thing on their list. So I think it's distracted away from that for a little while. This might be something which comes back to bite him. I don't think it is, but it may be something he has to answer for. But for now, it seems to solidify where his allegiances lie.
Very interesting. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And an 88-year-old US Army veteran who spent years working full-time at a grocery store to make ends meet is finally getting a break. Ed Bambas went viral after Australian influencer Samuel Weidenhofer shared his story online, highlighting his financial struggles and also personal losses. The influencer set up a GoFundMe campaign that raised over $1.7 million, allowing Bambas to retire. Rawi, this story went viral online. I don't know, most of us might have seen it, but how this particular story about Ed Bambas, how hard is it for seniors in America who do wish and dream of retiring, like we're always told we finally would?
Yeah. Well, it's becoming increasingly hard to retire in the U.S. First of all, the costs are rising much faster than income. So seniors are having to face, you know, very high prices in housing, food, utilities, medical care, and at the same time their social security is not rising that much. It's rising very modestly, not sort of in relation to the rising costs, which means that you know, seniors end up with no social security or hardly enough. Basically, they're getting, social security is the only means of income, and I think they pay around maximum $1,900 a month, which is barely enough to survive anywhere in the US. That's number one. Number two is Americans are living longer, yet they are living less healthy. So they are, you know, they're living longer, yet they have more extensive medical bills, more expensive, you know, also consistent care, assisted living, all of these things, and they're living with chronic illnesses that need, you know, you need to throw money at it all the time. And also their social security or their pensions or Medicare, let's say, it does not cover any assisted living for these pensioners. And also we should not forget that, you know, most traditional pensions have been, they have stopped, and now they have been replaced with the 401ks.
And in his case, he actually worked for General Motors and the company went bankrupt, so he lost his pension. And that's also something that happened. And obviously, if you lose your pension and you also lose your medical insurance, so it was like a whole state of things that had happened to him, a chain of events. And he was making ends meet working at this grocery store. But, Jono, I saw the video online and it's so emotional because this lovely man, Ed, is doing 8 hours a day at the grocery store. He's making up the money where he can to be a little bit more comfortable. But should we be comfortable with influencers and viral videos stepping in to help people like Ed? Or is this a sign that basically, as Raria was explaining, the system's just broken?
So I think from both sides on this. On one hand, you see this wonderful public response to a genuinely moving story, and it shows that human generosity still shines through, and I guess that does restore your faith in humanity somewhat. But the uncomfortable truth is that no 88-year-old should be working in a grocery store to make ends meet, and certainly shouldn't need a TikTok or a GoFundMe page to retire with dignity, having given 88 years of your life already to the working system. So that viral kindness kind of becomes a safety net. And what it then does as a chain reaction of events is highlights the systematic failures of everything, from pensions, from healthcare, from elderly support, I think, in the Western world in general.
It's terrible.
Really is something to, they'll do studies on this and say, how did we get this so wrong? Influencers can help individuals, and it's wonderful for Ed. This is a lovely into a story with $1.7 million. He can retire. But what about everybody else? And it's 1 in 5 people who are over the age of 65 are still working. They're still actively working just to make ends meet. And then if you look at the senior 65 plus who are part-time working, that figure goes up to around almost 40%, just shy of 40%. Full-time employees is at 20%. That is a lot of people over the age of 65 who should be enjoying the prime of their life, retired, relaxing. And there's been systematic failures across the board.
I feel,
undoubtedly.
I feel there's another dimension to this. It's not just a failure of the pension system or the financial, whatever, the social security system in the West. I think also there's a glitch or a problem in the culture as well, and in the social system. Let me just do a very simple comparison. You know, in the Arab world, in a lot of the Arab countries, there is, not in the Gulf maybe, but in other Arab countries, there is no social security in some countries, and some countries definitely have no pension systems. Okay, so in our culture, our pension fund are our children. Okay, and this, in general, Arab children, you know, they grow up with this cultural idea that, you know, I have to take care of my parents. And therefore, you would find much less old people's homes in the Arab world than what you would find in the West. In fact, in the Arab world, you would find 2 brothers. Like I read this beautiful story about 2 Saudi brothers, old men, who went to court and fought over who is going to take care of their elderly mother. And, you know, the older son was saying, I want to continue caring for her, while the younger son is saying, I want to care for her because my older brother is getting old and he cannot. And after, you know, the court ordered that the younger son should take care of her, it's very emotional. So this is, I think, this could be an answer also to the West's problem. It's not just about the social security system, it's about the culture as well.
And then once again, people are passing it off to the government, aren't they? It seems to be something the Western world do, rather than sort of taking a social responsibility for it themselves.
It is hugely expensive as well, and you mentioned care homes. They're hugely expensive. They're
vastly expensive,
crazy. Money and pensions will cover the bare minimum when it comes to an elderly care.
A lot of people have to sell their house.
And that's exactly what they will do, and they'll move into assisted living accommodation, or they'll move into an elderly people's home. But again, that is a Western culture, which is something that I think within the last 40 years, we've seen this flip from where it went, your elderly family will move in to live with you and they'll have their primary care in the homestead of their children, and it's moved from that to let's make it somebody else's problem. And luckily for Ed, at 88 years old, he's got his wits about him, he's well able to get out there and do this work, but he really shouldn't have to, nor should anyone who are in that age of their life. Enjoy, retire. The dimmer years of your life should be spent in convalescence, which I know my dad is a huge fan of, and has been for the last 15 years.
The problem, I think, is going to get worse in the next couple of decades.
Yes.
It's just even more expensive, and the longer and longer people do live. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story. Paramount has launched a $108.4 billion hostile bid for Warner Brothers, challenging Netflix, which had reached a $72 billion takeover deal with the company. It comes after President Trump said he will be involved in the deal between Netflix and Warner Brothers Discovery, after raising concerns about Netflix's big market share and the firm's combined size, saying it could be a problem. Jono, this has got really juicy and exciting today, hasn't it? Well, so we thought it was all kind of over on Friday. Netflix had won the bid. OK, great. Now there's a twist.
Well, there is, because Donald Trump's got involved, and you might think, well, why? Why is the President of the United States getting involved? He's a businessman at heart, and that's probably because he can. But what changes that? Paramount's bid is not really just about commercial anymore, it's political. It's a legal minefield as well, on top of everything else. But Donald Trump's team and him saying that he might be challenging parts of this deal, particularly around the control of the platform and licensing, this simply stems down to who will Paramount support? Paramount owns CBS, 60 Minutes, that's a personal one. Paramount Plus, MTV, Comedy Central, and a lot of these have taken a pop at the administration or at Donald Trump personally in the past. So mainstream media in general, Donald Trump has viewed it, as we know, as hostile towards him. So any change in ownership raises that big question for Trump and for the team in the White House. Who will the network now support? Who will oppose him? Who will go neutral in this situation? So any change in the media, very Rupert Murdoch-esque, will be something that Donald Trump would like to have his fingers in the pie of. And that's why we're seeing that. That's why this will lead the stories, the bulletins. And as you say, you worry about Netflix controlling the majority of leadership and media in the US. He will look at this and see if this is going to be a takeover, which could potentially hamper his further efforts for a third term.
But this is quite an interesting one, because we have to look at the Paramount Skydance, the bid they've put in. It's a superior alternative to Netflix, delivering more cash upfront to shareholders. So Paramount will offer $30 per share. Netflix will offer $27.5 per share. Okay. Now, also, Netflix deals mean that it will take over the streaming services from Warner Brothers. But the Paramount deal, they'll take it all over, which is really interesting. So when we look at it, Paramount will buy more of Warner Brothers, Netflix will just buy the streaming services. And Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is among the financial partners Paramount is working with as part of the deal.
And that explains why President Trump...
It's so interesting, right? Because there's lots of different things coming into play here. If we have a look at about it, Donald Trump wants to get involved. Jared Kushner's involved in part of the Paramount funding. And now we've seen this big sort of swoop in, which is going to make it, I think, a bit messy when Paramount do go for this Warner Brothers deal.
It sounds like
because Netflix has already been given it.
I'm personally happy that Game of Thrones is going to be on Netflix. personally.
I've never
but
watched
it does. You never watched them?
No, never watched it. He's never watched it.
I've never watched it either.
Yeah.
One episode and I fell asleep.
Well, it's the best TV show in history.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, and not. This is not my
According to Rabia.
Not my opinion, honestly. Not my.
But I want to talk to you because some of the Netflix productions actually came up in the Golden Globes. One that I watched, The Beast in Me. Beast in the Beast. Is that the name? I always forget the name. But I watched a few of them. Tell us about those
Well, I'll tell you about some of the nominations for the Golden Globes. The most nominated film, apparently, was One Battle After Another. It's by Warner Brothers, and it led with 9 nominations, including Best Motion Picture, musical or comedy. As far as top drama contenders, you have Sentimental Value, which is by Neon, which is an independent production, I think. And Sinners, which is by Warner Brothers. They're strong contenders for Best Motion Picture drama with 8 or 7 nominations, respectively. And then you have the leading studio by volume. Apparently, the independent studio, Neon, as I said, received the most film nominations, over 21 films. Now, Netflix also has some film nominations. Frankenstein, also K-pop Demon Hunters, and Nouvelle Vague. I haven't watched any of those.
I've watched Frankenstein.
I haven't.
I don't know if you have.
Yeah, I saw
I watched Frankenstein.
Good movie, but again,
Good
I think
movie.
Netflix is the Grammys. What makes them, the Golden Globes, what makes them different is that they're a bit more playful than anything the Oscars will do, and I think the Oscars always tick the boxes for the big spending, big hitting, spectacle type movies, whereas the Golden Globes tend to take into account, like you said, the independent movies.
The more indie stuff.
Stuff that's a bit more off-piste, more than anything else. So it's historically been a bit more playful than the Oscars, and I think they mix up the prestige with popularity in this, and I think that's why you missed out on things like Wicked getting a nod, because I mean, it's a massive movie and it was 3 hours long, but the whole thing was just tripe, wasn't it? But if you love those big box office movies, when the Oscars come around, it'll be nodded left, right and centre.
I must say that, I mean, I don't know how you guys feel, but I have not been watching a lot of movies recently, since Netflix, since the streaming trend, since all the series. And I think it's, I mean, I don't know if it's just me, but it feels that sort of we're moving away from movies in general.
I've never watched movies, so I'm the worst person to ask.
I mean, who
must
goes
have
to the
something.
cinema now?
Well, nobody. That's what I think.
Yeah,
global cinemas is down 80% from pre-COVID levels, and I think we changed our habits and we never got back into going to the cinema again. And now your Bollywood movies are the big hitters in the box office, but your Hollywood movies, unless they're on streaming services, nobody's really giving a hoot.
I do think that what is quite interesting, I just think that right now the Golden Globes nominations included podcasts for the first time ever.
Yes,
and I found that fascinating because, as you say, we're listening to things more. We might not be going to the cinema, but there's been podcasts are such a hit now, and just the amount of people who listen to them. So I thought that there was a podcast category, and my favourite podcast...
I think about time they have such a category.
Call Her Daddy, Leigh Ann Gerrans' favourite podcast, was nominated. So
congratulations then.
Everyone take a listen to Call Her Daddy. Now it's that time of the show where Rabia and Jonna have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. Rabia, yours is about 2 tiger cubs. They're making history. Can you tell us a bit more?
Yes, 2 Siberian tigers apparently were born in a Moscow zoo, and they were born in August at the Zoo Center for Reproduction for Rare Animal Species. Apparently, they're so cute. They're so cute. The cubs are a male and a female, and they didn't name them yet they refer to them in the zoo as the royal siblings, apparently, as their parents used to live in the wild. Also, in September, they weighed 7 kilograms, but then now, apparently, or last month, they weighed 12 kilograms, so they're doing well. They're growing and, well. And also, for the first 3 months, Shiva, their mother, nursed her cubs, but later, apparently, they began eating raw meat, and they have learned to hunt quail.
Oh, they're so cute.
They're adorable.
The little things.
Yeah, it's almost difficult to remember that they'll rip your arms off.
I know.
That's the scary thing about it. And it's also important to remember, Leigh Ann, I'm just going to do my little plug about zoos here. There are more tigers living in captivity than in the wild. And we'll move on from that because sometimes I feel like, you know, Susan, Leigh Ann, I like to have my little rant, but I won't tonight. And Jono, we're now moving on from cuddly tiger cubs. And if you want to bring back the Xmas sparkle, oh, God, you've got to sit on Santa's lap, do you?
That's it. Once you hit the age of 6, once you hit the age of 6, that's when the maximum Christmas joy, and I think if you think back to your childhood, when did you have the maximum excitement for Christmas? It's at the age of 6. After that, it begins to peter off a little bit. And then when you get back into adulthood, once you become parents, 70% of parents say that they once again feel that Christmas magic, and they get to start new Christmas traditions, and that joy of the kids coming down to unwrap gifts from Santa Claus on Christmas morning. All of that is back into your life once again.
Yeah.
But there is a way to try and kind of fake it till you make it. If there's no kids in your life, or you're trying to find a way to get that Christmas spark again, or maybe you've got adult kids, the way to bring that Christmas joy back is to go to visit Santa Claus as an adult and to sit on his lap and take a picture. And as someone who I enjoy costume characters, I love a visit to Santa's grotto when there's such an opportunity arises. It does fill me with Christmas joy and also somewhat fear. But I think you need to try and balance out the sparkle to get you into the season.
Does Santa have a six-pack? Lewis, can we choose the Santa's lap?
Good question. I think it depends on Santa.
You know, what's the Santa like? You know, do you have because I'm not sure about sitting on Santa's lap.
It wouldn't make a difference.
What he looks like.
It wouldn't make a difference. So he's wearing a fake belly, and it doesn't make a difference.
So okay, all right.
But a real like a proper chubby Santa, that's the one that's going to give you, I think what you're describing is Ozempic Santa.
Yeah, we need
Ozempic Santa
issue. But I think the traditional Santa is what kind of fills you with joy, because it feels a bit less threatening than what
and
you
more
described.
Cushiony as well.
Yeah.
And more cushiony.
Yeah.
Do you think you've lost the Christmas sparkle? I can't remember really being 6, but I do feel like the Christmas magic, you do lose it when you sort of
I think when you find out that Santa's not real, that's when you lose it.
Who told you that?
Is he real?
He's 100%.
It's real.
I found out with my kids, actually.
Everybody,
they
he's
lost it
real. No.
My kids lost it once they found out.
You can't spread speculation like that.
No.
I'm sorry.
But
I exposed the secret.
Easter Bunny? No, I'm only kidding. But
Tooth Fairy?
Yeah. No.
All legit.
All legit.
They're all real.
But it is so true, because, you know, this year, I don't know if you guys have, but I put up my Christmas tree, and it actually felt really nice, and I did feel exciting. It's always a nice time of the year. You feel yourself beginning to unwind. Sometimes it's quite nice to buy presents for other people, and it's an excuse to catch up with people that you haven't seen for a long time.
Well, if you just go and spend a couple of minutes in Santa's grotto, get a little gift off him, you'll feel even more festive.
Are you dressing up as Santa this year?
Absolutely not.
I think it's inviting everyone.
What's really beautiful about Christmas is that it's not just for Christians, basically. It's the entire world kind of celebrates it, and even for Muslims. I mean, we celebrate it in the sense that, you know, it's that special time of year, special season. Everybody gets together. It has something really special, even, you know, away from religious anything.
It's the giving season, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, thank you so much to our guests, Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawia Alami and Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next with Tom Burges Watson. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. We're joined now by Mike Pompeo, the former US Secretary of State and former director of the CIA under President Trump. But thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. Always a pleasure talking to you. Israel and Hamas have now signed off on the first phase of President Trump's peace plan. What was your initial reaction to this news?
Well, it's remarkable. It's historic. It's still 72 hours away. Still things that can jump in the middle of this and cause problems. But the fact that we're going to get 20 hostages out of Gaza, we're going to get the remains of another 24 or so back to their families is a joyous thing. The fact that they've had to release a bunch of folks who committed crimes, hundreds of folks who are being held by the Israelis today who have been convicted through due process, doesn't make this an equal trade. But my first reaction was it is time for these hostages to return to their families right now, 2 years and a day and a half from when they were taken on October 7th, 2 years ago. A great and glorious outcome.
Sure. And obviously, and you sort of allude to it there, sticking points remain and a lot could happen. I mean, there's this sticking point of Hamas saying it will only lay down its weapons once a Palestinian state is established. I mean, how do you see negotiators addressing that and getting around that key stumbling block?
Well, this isn't a new problem, right? This is Hamas handing over these hostages, not because they've become citizens of the world, but because they've had enormous pressure applied against them. And because the Israelis and President Trump and the Americans put enormous pressure on Iran with what they did this past summer, taking out a significant piece of the Iranian nuclear weapons program, the near dismantlement of Hezbollah in Lebanon, the pressure on the Houthis, all of that brought us to this moment. It doesn't mean for a moment that the resistance in Hamas won't remain. Right? There is a resistance movement. Their objective is the destruction of the nation of Israel. And so lots of work left to be done in the aftermath of these hostages being returned. Lots of work to be done to disarm Hamas, to create a civil government. And those two elements are most important to the civilians living in Gaza. The most important people who benefit most from the Israelis' ability to withdraw safely and continue to protect their own sovereign territory and to get Hamas out of governance, get the armed resistance eliminated, are the people who are living in Gaza who have suffered so much over these past months as a direct result of what the terrorists did there.
I think there's a lot of celebration around the world that this bloody chapter in modern history, could be over. And I think a lot of people are getting ahead of themselves, perhaps talking already about a two-state solution. But does it feel like today we are a step closer to a two-state solution than perhaps we were 24 hours ago?
Yeah, I think the answer to that is yes, but it's a small step. And the trail is littered with history. We know this from when Arafat was in charge. Right? We all know the history, that this gets complicated as soon as you get into the details. In the end, you have to change the nature of the leadership. The leadership has to ultimately come to recognize Israel's right to exist. And we saw that with the Abraham Accords. We saw the Emiratis agree to it. We saw the Sudanese. We saw the Bahrainis. Right? Those nations they said, we are no longer going to have as a central principle the destruction of the nation of Israel. And to the extent Lebanon can do that, Syria can do that under their new leadership, to the extent we can find a political solution in Gaza, then you can begin to build out a model that looks like a just and stable and near permanent peace in the region, which would be a fantastic outcome. But there's a lot of work left to do. And you can see from the statements coming out from various parties who assert they represent Hamas, it's not at all clear exactly who Hamas's leadership will be 2 months or 2 years from now. You can see those leaders already beginning to hedge their bets because they know, too, that the resistance is the reason for their existence. Their entire enterprise revolves around continuing armed conflict against Israel. So your point is well taken. A lot of work remains to be done to get what we hope is a step towards a sustainable outcome.
In terms of President Trump's approach to this 8 or 9 decades old problem, what we've seen the last couple of weeks is markedly different from what President Trump was talking about earlier in the year when he talked about a Gaza Riviera, which would require 2 million people being sent into exile. What do you make of the evolution of President Trump's approach to this issue? And do you think the Gaza Riviera plan was part of a broader negotiating tactic?
You know, I always watch President Trump's actions closely, right? He has been remarkably consistent on this file in the Middle East since I was his Secretary of State in his first term. We have a great, reliable partner in Israel. We want good things for the Palestinian people that are living both in Gaza and in Judea and Samaria. We want good things for them, but we're not going to allow them to stand in the way of a broader peace. And so we, in the first term, the Gulf Arab states were great partners for America. They continue to be. Mohammed bin Salman, Mohammed bin Zayed in the Emirates, the leadership, the Crown Prince in Bahrain are all great partners of the United States. And so, you know, in Gaza, President Trump has made clear he was going to allow Israel to do the work necessary to get these hostages home and to give Israel all the capability they needed to go take down Hamas so that it no longer threatened the nation of Israel. Those pillars have been incredibly consistent. And then you can see, as part of this plan, this 20-point plan, you can see a plan towards political governance not connected to Hamas. And second, a theory of the case on how you're going to rebuild Gaza and make it a peaceful, livable place for the civilians that live there. That's been his mission. When he talks about, Gaza, on the Trump on the Mediterranean, all the Trump Tower stuff, a lot of that was theatrics the media brought on. President Trump has been remarkably consistent here.
These were, of course, not direct talks that took place in Sharm el-Sheikh. Lots of parties were involved. From the US side, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and, of course, senior officials from Qatar, from Egypt, from Turkey. Do you think there was anything or anyone that stands out as having been a winning ingredient or a winning player to bringing us to the point we're at today?
Oh, goodness. No, I think lots of credit. And President Trump said this, right? It took many nations coming together and many leaders who were very bold. The Egyptian folks did great work in hosting this. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner obviously lent America's authority and power and certainty to the transaction as well, but brought together the Gulf Arab states, the Emiratis, the Saudis. Everyone signed off on this, the Qataris, the Turks. That's a remarkable act of diplomacy. It's a really good outcome. And so I don't know that there's any one individual, but lots of leaders who worked tirelessly to get an outcome that gets us at least a point where those hostages can be returned home.
Do you think we have here in front of us the blueprint for perhaps solving other conflicts, as some geopolitical analysts have suggested?
I think the whole world will be watching what President Trump did in the Middle East. He gave the Iranians space. He told them there was a deadline, and when they didn't comply with the deadline, he took a strike and decimated their nuclear program. I think for Xi Jinping or for Chairman Kim or for the Ayatollah himself in Iran or for even Vladimir Putin in Europe, I think they can see that, the storyline somehow that President Trump is an isolationist president who puts America first and ignores the rest of the world is belied by the actions that President Trump and his administration have taken. I think that was true in his first term. I think it's equally true in this one. He is judicious in how we use American power, but he understands America's best interests are creating peace and stability in these regions. Certainly where we have friends and partners, we're going to do everything America can do to deliver those outcomes. And I do think that others will have observed this, and I hope we'll adopt something that looks like this, recognizing that America remains the most preeminent power in the world, and it's prepared to use its good offices to deliver great outcomes for not only America, putting America first, but for the world.
Clearly, the president has put a huge amount of energy into this old issue between the Palestinians and the Israelis. If he can solve it once and for all and bring about a lasting solution, how do you think he's going to go down in U.S. history?
Oh, how many presidents have we had try to accomplish just that? I can go back a long ways, almost since the nation of Israel's founding. To the extent we get something that's the accomplishment of getting these hostages home is good. But if we get something more than that, we get a delivered outcome that looks like a just and lasting peace, I think President Trump and, frankly, all of the leadership in the region will go down in history as having delivered an amazing outcome for mankind.
And just lastly, Mr. Pompeo, do you think President Trump is deserving of the Nobel Peace Prize?
Oh, I'll leave that to the Nobel Committee. They can sort through it. But if you ask, if we get a just and lasting peace in the Middle East that fundamentally reshapes that region and keeps our young boys, our American young boys' lives from being at risk, and the lives of citizens all across the region, from Kuwait to Oman to the Emirates, if we get that just and lasting peace, it will be an historic achievement, certainly worthy not only of a Nobel Prize, but worthy of accolades from people all across the world. It's not about a particular trophy. It's about delivering the peace, and I pray that it's the case that this is a good first step towards achieving that.
Okay, Mike Pompeo, former U.S. Secretary of State. Thank you very much indeed for speaking.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. John Bolton is a former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations and a former national security advisor to President Trump. Ambassador Bolton, thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. Really appreciate it. What is your understanding of what's been achieved these last 2 weeks with regards to curbing Iran's nuclear ambitions?
Well, I think the combined effect of the Israeli and U.S. strikes has been to set the program back very considerably. There's a lot of debate in Washington today about the extent of that. But, Rafael Grossi, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, referred to enormous damage. I'm willing to take that. We'll find out more later. But it's a significant setback. It doesn't eliminate the program. It certainly doesn't eliminate the regime in Tehran. That's the real source of the problem. But I think this is a good start, at least.
A good start, but not obliterated. I'm not hearing you use that kind of language.
No, I don't think the evidence is there for that. As I say, we'll certainly learn more. I think Grossi's words really are a pretty good assessment at this point. The real question is, does the regime try to recreate the program? We already have indications that they've had some sites they've concealed from the International Atomic Energy Agency. No surprise there. And perhaps other activities. So I think we have to keep a very close watch on it, because the threat of Iran's possession of nuclear weapons is not just a problem for Israel. It's a global threat of nuclear proliferation.
You were calling for strikes on Iran a very long time ago. Does all of this feel a bit like a vindication?
Well, unfortunately, if it had been done 20 years ago, it would have been easier and far less risky, and we wouldn't be at the brink of having a nuclear power based in Tehran. I think the world's got a lot of serious crises going on right now. The war in Ukraine, threats from China in the East and South China Sea, and obviously the incredibly difficult situation in the Middle East precipitated by the Hamas attack on Israel on October the 7th, 2023. So the real trouble here, I think, the source of it is Iran under this regime. I don't think there's a chance for lasting peace and security in the region until that regime is overthrown.
Given that this was a once-in-a-generation sort of level of hostilities, in fact, the greatest hostilities we've ever seen between Iran and Israel and the United States, I mean, and you say this is a good start, does that mean you think Israel and the United States should have gone further?
I think much more could have been done. I think it was a mistake to stop the attacks. It would have been one thing to pause them so that the battle damage assessments, as they call them, could have been refined, and we could have had a better idea, perhaps also how Iran was responding. Were they moving uranium or equipment around? Could we verify additional sites that we had not yet known? But also, I think the strikes were very destabilizing against the regime itself. We'll now wait to see if the people of Iran, who I think are very dissatisfied, we'll see if they try and take matters into their own hands here. You've seen a real decimation of the top Iranian military and Revolutionary Guard leadership. I think the regime is a lot more fragile than it appears from the outside.
Yeah, you've alluded twice already in this conversation to regime change in Iran, and President Trump has sounded rather opposed to that. Why do you think that is?
It's a mystery to me. He was opposed to it in the first term as well. Now, today, there are reports in Washington that we're offering to finance a commercial nuclear power project in Iran, which I think is madness. The regime's on its back, and this is not the time to throw them a lifeline.
Okay, and there's talk now of another Iran nuclear deal being struck. Do you think a deal should be struck with the leadership that's there in Tehran?
The only deal to strike is how to remove the nuclear capacity that they now have. You know, when we dismantled the Libyan nuclear weapons program in 2004, we packed a lot of it up and took it to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where it currently resides. There's still space at Oak Ridge for the Iranian nuclear weapons program. That's worth negotiating. But any possession of these nuclear capabilities by this regime, I think, would just risk getting us right back into the dangerous situation we've been in now for so many years.
It's been a very busy few days. We had President Trump ordering the strikes on Iran last weekend. Iran responded 2 days later. Then President Trump brokered a ceasefire. Hasn't it all been rather hasty, in your opinion?
Well, I think it has been, and I think it shows that although Trump did make the difficult decision to strike, that it wasn't part of a larger strategy. And I think that's always dangerous, because if you get into a circumstance and you don't know how it could play out or what your options are and your path to a successful conclusion, you're at risk. I think the Iranian response has been defiant. That could be pre-programmed. They're still probably assessing how badly they've been damaged. But as I say, when they're pressed like this, when they've seen their terrorist proxies around the Middle East decimated, we've seen the fall of the Assad regime in Syria, which hopefully leads to a government that is not a friend of the Iranian government. Things are moving here in a very favorable direction. And if the regime itself is in as much trouble as I think and hope that it is, there's no reason to give it a hand up.
Do you see Iran doing something else after those attacks on the military base here in the Middle East? Do you see that as a likely scenario?
Well, it would be important to watch. Will they try to resurrect the nuclear weapons program? Will they try to again resume substantial assistance to Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis? Do they have that capability? I suspect militarily they're in very, very difficult shape, and they've been. A lot of the top leadership has been eliminated. This is when regimes start to fragment at the top, with the supreme leader who's in his mid-80s and not well and no clear succession path. I think they're in a very tricky position inside Iran, and that's where the people's pressure against the regime could really make a difference.
How likely do you see regime changes being?
Well, I don't know that it's necessarily going to come tomorrow, but the Ayatollah Khamenei is only Iran's second supreme leader since the revolution of 1979. So it's not like they've got a well-ordered constitutional process to pick a successor. And I think that's the moment when you could really see the top officials in the military, the Revolutionary Guard, and even among the Ayatollahs, you could see real fractionation of the leadership, and that's when it could begin to collapse.
Given that this issue of Iranian affairs, the Iranian nuclear program, is an issue so close to you and your career path and things you've been saying over the years, did the Trump administration reach out to you at all with regard to this?
Well, let me put it this way. I spoke to certain people in the administration. I wouldn't want to reveal their names for fear of damaging their careers with the White House. But look, I think there was a very broad consensus, certainly within the Republican Party, that striking the nuclear program was the right thing to do. Again, not just simply because of Israel, but because of the proliferation threat that Iran posed around the world.
Now, you were present, just moving on to the NATO summit last week at The Hague. You were present at the July 2018 NATO summit, at which President Trump lambasted alliance members for not spending enough. He's just got them to commit to 5% of GDP spend on defence. Do you think this NATO summit at The Hague is going to go down as having been a success?
Well, I think making the commitment is a success, although in 2014, when they made the 2% of GDP commitment, that wasn't carried through 10 years later, which was the goal. So we'll see what happens. I think it's a step that's necessary in a very dangerous and challenging world. But making the commitment is easy. Following through on it is the difficult part.
Does that summit and the unanimity we saw in it, this sort of the sense of harmony, does that send out a message, do you think, to the wider world, in particular to hostile powers?
Well, I certainly hope so. I mean, we still have a hot war in Ukraine because of the Russian aggression. I'm sure that China has watched very carefully what happened in the Middle East this week and watched the NATO summit. And by and large, I think they should be far more cautious in their behavior in light of this week.
Just lastly, a new label for President Trump emerged at that summit during his exchange with the NATO Secretary General. Daddy. What do you think of that?
Well, fortunately, that wasn't an American assertion that came from the Secretary General of NATO. I'm sure that'll go down as a meme in social media history, but that's not really how I think most people in the U.S. view their role in the world.
You don't look at President Trump as being a father figure?
For goodness sakes, no.
Perhaps not for the rest of the NATO alliance members either. You don't think he looks at them as sort of perhaps being, in a childhood sort of setting, in a brawl setting? That seems to be what Mark Rutte was getting at.
Right. Well, maybe he does, but I don't think the rest of us do. I think they're adults too.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for sharing that with us, Ambassador John Bolton. A pleasure talking to you. Well, my guest today is Francesca Albanese, who is the UN's Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in the occupied Palestinian territories. She was the first woman to be appointed to this position in May 2022. Then, 17 months later, we all know what happened on the 7th of October 2023. Well, her role as the UN's Special Rapporteur has just been renewed, extending her mandate until April 2028. Francesca Albanese, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Just first of all, how do you see your role? What does it entail as far as you're concerned?
Yeah, thanks for having me. So as a Special Rapporteur of the United Nations, I am appointed by the member states of the UN sitting in the Human Rights Council to monitor, document and report on the human rights violations taking place in the occupied Palestinian territory, so the territory that Israel has occupied for 57 years now. The Gaza Strip is Jerusalem and the West Bank. And I would have to produce 2 reports per year after visiting the occupied Palestinian territory, but I am prevented from doing so by Israel.
Okay, we're going to talk a bit more about that, and we're also going to talk about your latest report in just a moment. But I just want to ask you to cast your mind back to the 7th of October 2023. You were in that position already, as I said in the introduction. What went through your mind as that news broke?
It was a horrible, horrible day because there was enormous violence against the Israelis. It was quite new as a scene, and it was shocking all the more. And so it was a day of very strong feelings, a day of revolt inside, because I didn't know how I would do this, I would continue to do this job. But it took me a few hours to come back to senses and realize that this event, this violent event, was the product of over 70 years of violence and depredation of Palestine and the Palestinians, and it had to be resolved as soon as possible. This was the opportunity to go and resolve the root causes of all violence in the land between the river and the sea, which is an illegal occupation turned into apartheid, and unfortunately now escalating into a genocide.
Okay, we're going to talk about some of those legal definitions in a moment, like genocide, because I know you have a legal background. But I just want to ask you before that, we were saying in the introduction your mandate has just been renewed. Obviously, in Israel, not everyone is happy about that. We heard Dani Danon, the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, saying, quote, "The renewal of Francesca Albanese's mandate is a disgrace and a moral stain on the United Nations. Albanese is a notorious anti-Semite who has repeatedly expressed not only biased views against Israel, but also hateful rhetoric targeting the Jewish people as a whole." I'm sure you saw that. What do you say to that?
No, I didn't. I hadn't seen it. But, I've been receiving these attacks since even before becoming a special rapporteur. First of all, the real disgrace for the United Nations is that there are 60,000 people who have been killed in 20 months, and Gaza has been turned into a meat grinder, and it continues under our eyes. And while member states start uttering words of condemnation while trading with one hand in weapons and trading with goods and with the other. So this is the real disgrace. Then Francesca Albanese being an anti-Semite, not really. I mean, criticism of the state of Israel is all the more necessary given the crimes that it commits institutionally and structurally against the Palestinians. It's not my fault. It's a fact, and it's a responsibility I have from the United Nations. Then the weaponization of anti-Semitism is vile, because anti-Semitism exists. It's real as Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian racism, but weaponizing it to justify crimes against a virtually defenseless populations, it's really ludicrous.
You talk about the current reality in Gaza, and we've been reporting extensively on that here on Al Arabiya. We heard an official at the ICRC describing the situation there as worse than hell. Is that roughly how you view the situation there?
Yeah, I think. Look, again, I've not set foot in Gaza in the last years, but I've had my eyes and ears on Gaza for over 600 days, and it's been horrible. I really don't understand how we keep functioning with all what we have seen, which is not just, and I'm not saying just in order to downplay what I'm saying, but I've seen on the one hand the brutality, unleashed against the Palestinians as a people in all its forms. It's been really vicious. But on the other hand, I've also collected evidence on the people who have done it. And the executioners of this genocide are really young people, and young Israelis, and who have been turned into political pawns in an ideological war in order to gain what? Land. It's all about the land.
And as you said at the beginning, this is a land that you're not able to visit. And I'm just assuming that in your capacity as a special rapporteur, that must be extremely frustrating for you, isn't it?
Well, what is frustrating is the fact that this is a situation that is not new. This has been ongoing the occupation has been ongoing for 57 years during which Israel has been allowed to build colonies after colonies, which are a war crime, to forcibly displace the Palestinians, which amounts to a crimes against humanity, in perpetuity, without ever being accountable. This is frustrating. It's also frustrating to see member states condemning but not following suit with words, and we know why, because Israel is so entangled in our economy through the United States, but not only. It's very difficult to disentangle Israel from the purchase of weapons that takes place from India to Europe, and from the financial interests that are connected to this. It has very much to do with profits. This is frustrating. And of course, it's also frustrating to see member states that nowadays the best thing they can come up with is the two-state solution. What an affront to the Palestinians who are dying. What an affront to the Israelis who have died. What an affront to those who really want peace and know that peace cannot happen without full respect of human rights of everyone, and keep on talking about a political process that they don't even believe in, because we know that many European countries are not ready to recognize the state of Palestine. They're just ready to put money on the capacity building of the Palestinian Authority, which means kicking the can in the air in perpetuity. So this is what is really frustrating for me.
Are there any historical parallels that you can draw in your mind to what's happening in Gaza right now?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I don't think that this is, to understand this, what is happening to the Palestinians, one needs to understand what 500 years of colonialism, of European-led colonialism have done to the world. I mean, millions of people have been genocided from Australia, Canada, the United States. What we call liberal democracies today are all countries birthed from genocides of indigenous people, controlling the land, controlling the resources, displacing the indigenous, replacing them with the settlers. It's so different from what's happening to Palestine. What is shocking is that it's happening in 2025. We have had 70 years plus of international human rights system, and still, and again, the international law is as strong as the will of states to implement it. And it's clear today that, again, commercial interests come before the life of people. But if I have to think of a parallel as well, as a European, I'm very, I was brought up with a lesson learned, what we thought were the lesson learned from the Holocaust that we committed, from the genocide that we committed in our own land, on our own European soil. The Jewish people, together with the Roma and Sinti, and together with the disabled people, were exterminated because they were the other, compared to the idea of the pure race. That was not something that traveled across some crazy people with something like the Nazis. It's something that was tolerated by the society, because the Jewish people were our brothers and sisters, taken away from our cities, kicked out of civil life through regular laws. I mean, in my country, we kicked out the Jewish people of ordinary civil life with the racial laws, preventing them to take part on civil life, to work in universities, in hospitals, etc. This is how genocide starts. It doesn't. We fail to understand that genocide is not about the means, the concentration camps, rather than the machetes. Genocide is the intentional destruction of a people as such. And what we have done to the Jewish people reminds me of what is happening today to the Palestinians, starving them, torturing them, raping them to death, while everyone is watching. Everyone is watching, from Europe to the United States to the Arab region. And is it possible that no one, 191 member states, other than the United States and Israel, 191 member states cannot stop it altogether?
You raised some interesting points, and I wanted to get back to the word genocide, because you've used it on a number of occasions already, just a few short minutes into this interview. I want to ask you, you've got this background as a legal scholar, and I'd like to ask you what legal basis supports this claim that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, just in terms of the label and the terminology. Talk us through that.
Yeah. First of all, I mean, had we had this interview in March or April or May 2024, I mean, I would understand your question, because back then I was pretty much a lone voice together with other special rapporteurs talking of genocide. But today there seems to be a growing consensus about that. The Commission of Inquiry on Israel-Palestine of the UN recognized acts of genocide. The Special Committee of the UN on Israeli Practices has recognized that Israel is committing genocide. Amnesty International has produced a 300-page report saying that Israel is committing genocide. Forensic Architecture has provided a 800-page report documenting the cartography of a genocide. There are Israeli genocide Holocaust scholars who are saying that we cannot avoid the reality that Israel is committing genocide. So let me unpack it. What constitutes genocide is explained at Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, which refers to the genocide is the intentional destruction of a group as such. And the Palestinians are a group as such who's been recognized at risk of genocide already by the International Court of Justice in January 2024. Israel has been ordered measure to stop its genocidal acts that could be genocidal, like acts of killing, infliction of severe bodily and mental harm, like torture or sadism against the targeted group, or creation of conditions of life calculated to bring about destruction among the group, or the prevention of birth, like destroying the fertility clinic. So this is what constitutes genocide. Israel has received provisional measures ordered by the ICJ in January, in March, in May. There have been resolutions calling for a ceasefire already in June last year. Nothing has stopped. The thing is that how can you miss the genocidal intent when it has been declared, said, there have been called for destruction of Gaza, not uninvolved civilians, there is no one innocent, even the children are involved. There has been an increasing upfront call to kill kids in Gaza. And it's not just that they've said it. They've done it. Israel has the most sophisticated, one of the most sophisticated armies in the world. So every missile it launches, it's for a purpose. And the reason why this attack on Gaza has been totally disproportionate, totally indiscriminate, totally in disregard of the principle of proportionality of military action, has turned Gaza has pulverized Gaza. So Gaza has been destroyed. And one response for genocide, not just for the actions, but for the omissions. So this is not just the responsibility, in my view, of two members of the government who are now wanted, one current, one past, who are wanted by the ICC for crimes against humanity and war crimes, which can well coexist in a genocidal climate, in a genocidal spectrum. Okay. But what have the other members of the government done? Supported it? What have the members of the parliament done? Encouraging the raping of Palestinians in jail, the killing of children. And what has the judiciary done? What is the population, the majority population in Israel doing while a minority protests against it? So again, I don't know what else does Israel need to do to be found guilty of genocide.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Who, in your opinion, bears the greatest responsibility for the humanitarian catastrophe which we can see on our screens in Gaza? Does it rest with one person, or to whom do you attribute full responsibility?
No, I don't think, as I said, it doesn't rest with one person. Genocide is a collective endeavor. It's never an act, it's a process. And indeed, my deepest regret as a special rapporteur is that I had been alerted already in 2023 by some Israeli Holocaust studies scholars that the situation was included precursors of genocide. Had I been as knowledgeable as I am now on genocide, I would have totally sided with them. Instead, I ignored that. But what Israel was doing to the Palestinians, the extrajudicial killings without accountability ever, the forced displacement, the segregation, the mass incarceration, the dehumanization against the Palestinians was one of the extreme. So the responsibility for it rests first and foremost with Israel. With Israel as a state, there is no question about that. And it's just, unfortunately, it takes time for people to come around and realize what they're doing. We have never been good at complying with that with that obligation in the Genocide Convention, that is to prevent genocide. How do you prevent genocide if people deny that? Even when there was the ICJ even when there was an ICJ set of provisional measures saying Israel risks to be committing genocide, or there is a plausible risk of irreparable harm for the Palestinians under the Genocide Convention, no one really halted the transfer of weapons. No one really imposed the sanctions on Israel. So you see, it's an whole system. It looks like a joint criminal enterprise. Of course, there are states who are very responsible, like the United States, and of course, its responsibility should be assessed on a judicial level. But at the same time, other states, what are they doing? There are states who are continuing to provide weapons, and they should be their governments should be investigated for complicity with genocide as soon as possible.
Now, it's reported that you have been targeted because you're outspoken. We can hear that. You've got strong opinions and you're extremely passionate about this this cause. Tell us about those threats and the fact that you've been targeted. Who's targeted you and what form have the threats taken?
I push back on the fact that I have strong opinions and I'm passionate. First, because they're both incorrect. They're both mischaracterization. I don't have strong opinions. I have a strong sense of what is international law. And I take seriously the commitment to serve the Human Rights Council as I've been requested. The sense I don't have a cause. I'm not committed to a cause at all. I mean, I've never engaged on the question of Palestine as an activist. Yes, I've dealt with the question of Palestinian refugees, Palestinian forced displacement, but I didn't know as much as I do know now on Palestine itself, like the occupied Palestinian territory. Even if I've lived there, I've been there serving UNRWA and serving Palestinian refugees. So the thing is that I'm not passionate. I am disgusted. This is what I am, by the failure of the international system for which I, like many, have given really my best years. I really believed in it and I want it to work. So it's quite different.
Okay, I stand corrected.
Because I stand corrected. Firm, objective and speaking with integrity, I'm threatened. Yes, but like many.
But tell me about the threats that you faced. I wanted to ask you specifically because it's reported that you have been threatened for expressing the opinions you express and for doing the work you do. Just tell us about that.
I think it's pretty obvious, the fact that I'm accused of being an anti-Semite, while on the other hand, having the support, the appreciation, really there is a cocoon of Jewish organizations, Jewish scholars, Jewish people around me. So this has been a real source of strength for me from the very beginning of my mandate. But being accused of as an anti-Semite, as a European, with the past I have, with the sense of consciousness that I have of what we have done, what is our past, it's very heavy. So this has been, or saying that I'm a pro-terror, that I've incited terrorism against Israel, or saying that I have not condemned the crimes that have been committed against Israelis on October 7. These are pure lies, or that I've taken money. I'm doing what I'm doing as a volunteer. I've even put my teaching and my work aside to deal with this, because genocide is something as enormous as anything I've ever done. So because of this, I do receive threats. There are individual threats that have come my way, various means. And then there are the threats coming from member states who create a violent environment against me, because they really point at me like an evil person, and this is a situation. This is incitement to violence against me. I've arrived to the United States, and for days there were billboards in Times Square and other places with my face, and I was accused of being an anti-Semite or a pro-terrorist, And again, it's very heavy, but at the same time, what can I do? This is what everyone, from students to faculty members to journalists to activists, this is what everyone daring to criticize Israel and the system that today is covering up for Israel has to endure.
So I take the point, and you face threats and harsh words, and I can imagine that can be frightening as well. And I'm wondering if it puts you off. But there are people, obviously large numbers of people, who support what you're doing. What do Palestinians say when they meet you? What sort of things do they say to you?
Thank you. So it's quite emotional, because I understand. I mean, I feel sorry for them that they need internationals to speak about what they're enduring, because they have a strong voice. They are an incredible, noble people, and strongly intellectually from our point of view, and they have been the victims of our misery. Our human misery. I mean, what the Palestinians are enduring speak to our failure, not to theirs. Speak to our lack of humanity, not to theirs. Then, no, absolutely. There is a total outpour of love wherever I go. So this is why I'm saying, yes, the threats are there, and I don't want to talk too much about that because I don't want to give even more ideas to people to become vile toward me and, let's say, my private life. Yeah, there is so much love. Where I live in Tunisia, where I travel to other Arab countries, or in Europe, wherever I go, there are people really crying when they see me, which is pretty astonishing. But this is the reality. It's a time that has broken many souls.
Yeah, I wonder how history is going to look back on this chapter. But just to wrap up our conversation, what's your message to world leaders right now?
Why are you doing that? It's not yours. The planet is not yours. The world is not yours. Try to think that you're not going to be here for a long time. This is what I would say to the world leaders, knowing that they wouldn't care much. What I feel like doing is sending a message to those who are not traditional leaders, like those who do not control armaments, do not control huge capitals, who do not control algorithms, and have only to lose if they stay in this watching passive mode in the time of a genocide. Yes, as you say, how will history look at us? The point is not how history will look at us. How can we look at ourselves in the mirror when another people is really losing everything? It's time to sacrifice a little bit of our time, a little bit of our comfort in order for these people not to be completely annihilated. But also, if we think that what's happening to the Palestinians is going to be limited to the Palestinians, we're really naive. Our societies will be next.
OK, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in the Occupied Palestinian Territories. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
So, what's next for diplomacy? What might Iran's next moves be? And just how much damage has been inflicted on Iran's nuclear program? Well, we're joined now by General David Petraeus, who is the former director of the CIA, a position he held during a pivotal period. During his 37-year-long military career, he led key missions, including the Iraq surge, US Central Command and coalition forces in Afghanistan. He's also the co-author of the best-selling book, Conflict, The Evolution of Warfare from 1945 to Gaza. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thank you for joining us, General Petraeus.
Good to be with you, Tom.
You have described the damage inflicted by the United States and Israel on Iran's nuclear program as being very, very substantial. Would you go as far as to say it's been obliterated?
Well, I think there are some unknowns still that would lead me to stick with what I originally assessed as very, very substantial. That's a lot, obviously. We don't know, though, how much was done inside the mountain of Fordo. I think, again, very significant, but that'll require some time to determine. And we're not sure also whether there might be some of the highly enriched uranium, the 60% enriched uranium that may have been stored elsewhere outside of Natanz, Fordo, and possibly Esfahan, as well as some centrifuges that could enrich it further, of course, to weapons grade being over 90%. So I think that's the reason for hedging a bit on this. The bomb damage assessment process takes time. It takes all sources of intelligence, everything that you can bring together and synthesize, integrate, to reach a conclusion about how significant the damage actually has been and whether there still is some enrichment capacity and some highly enriched uranium to enrich.
OK, so we still don't have all the evidence. We haven't got the full damage reports. Doesn't sound to me like you think we've seen the last of Iran's nuclear ambitions. What are your thoughts?
I think that's probably correct. In fact, what I would love to see now, the best case of all would be that Iran would agree to a nuclear accord that would essentially ban any enrichment of uranium in Iran. It would also allow the International Atomic Energy Agency to verify that, to oversee the process of the dismantling of all of their nuclear enrichment architecture, and allow them to go anywhere they want at any time in the process of so doing. I'm not sure that Iran will do that. I would suspect that that's probably not the case. But then I think Iran needs to do a little bit of reflection and recognize that it is in an exceedingly weak position, given that all of its air and ballistic missile defenses those have been obliterated, I think it's fair to say, given that not a single Israeli aircraft nor American aircraft was even hit, much less shot down during the 12 days of this campaign.
Do you think there's an element of risk here that perhaps these events might have accelerated Iran towards trying to create a nuclear deterrent? I mean, they could argue they need one more than ever, given what's happened in Iran in the last 2 weeks.
One can make that argument. Sure, there's risk in everything, but there's also enormous risk to them if they were to be revealed as doing that. And once again, you'd see another devastating air campaign unleashed on them. And keep in mind that when you put together Mossad, CIA, NSA, other intelligence organizations, there are quite good, as they say, insights into what's going on in Iran. After all, look at what Israel did to reportedly 14 nuclear scientists, all pinpointed and identified and taken out. The same with a number of the leaders of the military and then the Revolutionary Guards Corps and so forth. So that should give them considerable pause, I think, and probably they should conclude that it would be a very bad idea were they to try to enrich to weapons-grade uranium.
Yeah, I mean, just picking up on that, I mean, I'd like to ask you, I mean, clearly very close coordination between Israel and the United States on intel, on military matters. How would you describe the overall mission and this joint force when it comes to collective intelligence?
Well, the intelligence and military relationships have always been very strong between the U.S. and Israel, and they were made even stronger when Israel was included as part of the U.S. Central Command as opposed to the European Command, which was really sort of a hangover from the past. In a sense, I guess that they thought that the individual who's commanding Central Command should be focused, if you will, on the Arabs and others in the Middle East, and that European Command could look after the Israelis. That was changed a number of years ago. That relationship has improved ever since dramatically, literally operating hand in glove when it comes to this kind of endeavor. And that's been very, very good, as it turns out, in operational terms, as we have seen with this very, very impressive 12-day campaign by Israel, and also the very impressive strikes by the United States.
And there was talk of a rift between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump in the weeks preceding the first Israel strikes. Do you think that rift was somehow manufactured to add a little bit more sort of a surprise element?
Not necessarily. There have been rifts between presidents of the U.S. and prime ministers of Israel as long as I can remember. There were rifts when I was the commander of Central Command, and we still had a relationship at that time, although they were not formally part of our area of responsibility. There was a rift when I was the director of the CIA, and it didn't affect the relationship with Mossad at all, nor did the rift previous to that affect the military relationship. Those have always been very, very strong, and they have clearly stayed very strong. One other point I might make about Iran sprinting to a bomb if they have some HEU left and some centrifuges that can enrich it. I don't believe that they have the capability anymore to metallize it. Esfahan, that facility, which was hit, was one of the three sites the U.S. hit. In this case, it was hit with cruise missiles launched from a submarine after Israel had already hit it very hard. That's the site where some critical parts of the enrichment process take place. They turn the uranium into something that can be actually enriched in the beginning, and then at the end of the process, if it's at weapons grade, they turn it into the kind of metal that can actually be shaped into a nuclear device. I don't think that they have that capability anymore as a result of the strikes on Esfahan, But again, that's another of the unknowns that is out there.
Sure. I mean, events move very quickly during the course of the last couple of weeks. I mean, within hours of an Iranian attack on a US military base here in the Middle East, President Trump was brokering a ceasefire with Iran. I mean, were you surprised by the pace of events? And did you think perhaps things were perhaps a little on the hasty side as far as President Trump's handling of all this?
I was a bit, to be candid, although there are, as always, elements of the decision-making process and factors that led to that aren't always clearly apparent to all the rest of us. One of those undoubtedly had to do with the opportunity for Israel to refurbish, to replenish its interceptor stocks for intercepting the Iranian missiles. Iran's missiles are dramatically reduced as a result of both their use and then a number of those that have been struck in warehouses and on launch pads, as have been their numbers of launchers. Nonetheless, that gets a bit concerning over time. You know, how many missiles and launchers does Iran have relative to how many interceptors does Israel have? And I'm sure that Israel is making the very most of this opportunity to manufacture more and more and more of those interceptors to be sure, absolutely certain, that they never run out before Iran does.
Do you ever offer any advice to the Trump administration? I mean, have you ever been asked for it? And is it at all common for a former CIA director to be asked for advice by an administration?
Well, yeah, in fact, the director of the CIA called me in a month or two ago, supposed to be 30 minutes, and I left after an hour and 20 minutes. So, sure, those who served in positions before you did often will reach out. That's customary, and it takes place. Depends, obviously, on the relationship between the incumbent and the alumnus of that position.
Okay, that's interesting to know. I mean, just sort of before we move on from the 12-day war, as it's been dubbed, some people, we spoke to John Bolton yesterday, former US National Security Advisor, seem to suggest perhaps they could have gone further. The Israelis and the Americans could have gone further and perhaps, quote, finished the job. Do you tend to agree with John Bolton?
I was just with him yesterday, as a matter of fact. In fact, we were on stage together at Aspen Ideas. I have generally been a bit more cautious about that than he has, the possibilities for that. Certainly, there are elements within Iran that might want to break off. That's something different than regime change, but that's something we should keep an eye on. There are obviously Kurds, there are Turkmen, there are Azeris, there are Arabs, there are Baluchis, and at least 4 of those 5 are contiguous to countries or regions, in the case of Kurdish regional government, that with which they might feel more affinity than the government in Tehran. When it comes to overall regime change, however, I think that's pretty tough to envision other than from within the regime. Typically, when these situations occur, when a regime is weakened to the point that it might be overthrown, the individual or group that's on top at the end of it when the dust settles is the one that has the most effective and charismatic leader and the most guys with the most guns. And in this case, there's no real opposition leader who has emerged. If he had, he'd be in prison or dead. Although we should note that Israel did bomb the entrance of the prison that holds most of the political prisoners of Iran. But again, there's not that figure out there. There's not the kind of robust organization, weapons, and so forth that could materialize. So I'm a bit cautious about the prospects for outside overthrow of this regime. But you could always envision someone inside the regime at a reasonably high position who could say, you know, this 86 or 87-year-old guy is about to die anyway. Why don't we influence the succession process a bit here, or something along those lines. But I think we should be cautious about hopes that this might usher in an opportunity for a Jeffersonian Democrat to ride in on a white horse and take over, and recognize that all of this support for proxies and nuclear enrichment and so forth has been incredibly damaging to their country.
Sure, and President Trump himself seemed hesitant and possibly anti-regime change, a bit like what you're saying. I mean, do you think, though, at the end of the 12-day war, Iran poses less of a threat to the region and to U.S. interests than it did before the war started?
Oh, absolutely, sure. And you have to remember that over the course since 7 October, you've seen Hezbollah dramatically degraded. Its leadership not just decapitated at the very top, but decimated. Thousands of leaders had those pagers that blew up in their faces when they tried to decrypt that message that caused the explosion. And the next day, of course, their only remaining means of communication, the walkie-talkies, blew up as well. It is much, much reduced from what it was before. And because of the overthrow of the Bashar al-Assad regime, the murderous Iran ally, because he is gone to Moscow, presumably, now you have leadership in Syria, still very much an incomplete task to consolidate the control. But Syria is not an Iranian ally at this point in time and will not allow Iran, as Iran used to be able to do, to transit Syrian soil with weapons, ammunition, missiles, rockets, and the implements for making more in manufacturing facilities and bases that Iran controlled in Syria. So that's a very significant change also.
Sure.
Beyond that, Hamas obviously is dramatically degraded. That is by no means over. There's still a lot of work to do, and the three objectives that Prime Minister Netanyahu set out to achieve still have not been achieved, nor has a fourth one that I believe should be achieved, and that is to provide a better life for the Palestinian people in Gaza without Hamas in their lives. And the strategy they're employing will not achieve the first three, much less the final fourth one. And then the Shia militia in Iraq seem to be taking a knee to a degree, perhaps trying to avoid some kind of upset in the months leading up to the election there. And the Houthis seem to be a bit degraded as well. And I doubt that Iran has much to share with any of them at this point, having been so substantially degraded itself. And keep in mind, again, that Iran's air and ballistic missile defense, for all intents and purposes, has been obliterated. And that means that Israel, if it needs to, can fly at will once again above Iran, as long as it stays out of the range of the heavy machine gun air defense weapons, and inflict further damage on Iran as is necessary.
And just mentioning Syria there, as you did, I just wonder what you thought of reports that Israel could normalize ties with Syria and Lebanon. I mean, is that something you would expect to see perhaps during the months ahead?
It would be a wonderful development, I think. Lebanon clearly is still a relatively new government. The degradation of Hezbollah and reduction of its influence allowed the selection of a president after a year of wrangling, allowed the parliament to move forward, allowed the Lebanese armed forces to move into that area between the northern border of Israel and the Litani River, the area from which Hezbollah was raining down rockets on Israeli citizens, some 70 or 80,000 of whom were not able to stay in their homes for well over a year. But let's see how the political situation develops there. Likewise in Syria, I've been impressed that the leader who overthrew Bashar al-Assad, who I should acknowledge was in our detention facility in Iraq during the surge, then to be sure was with ISIS, then broke off from them, Al-Qaeda, and then broke off from them. He is saying the right things, and I think we should give him every opportunity to actually implement what it is that he has been saying, which in essence is to say that this should be a government that represents all the peoples of Syria, a country through which, as you know, many of the ethnic and sectarian and tribal fault lines of the Middle East run, and that there should indeed be majority rule, but also minority rights very clearly guarded. And I'd love to see that come about in Syria after many decades of the Assads running it as their own little fiefdom in a very, very brutal and murderous fashion.
One of the things that emerged in the run-up to the US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites was a lot of debate about whether or not the United States should get involved in what was perceived as being potentially another forever war in a faraway land. I mean, this aversion in the United States amongst the public and amongst people in President Trump's own party seems to be a legacy, doesn't it, of what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Sure it does. Yeah. No, those are long wars. They were tough. We, by the way, didn't need to leave Afghanistan when we did. That was very sustainable. That was a big mistake. And I said so publicly at the time that we would come to regret it. And I hope that we have. We've plunged the country back into the kind of 7th or 8th century interpretation of ultra-conservative Islam, to the regret, I am sure, of at least 50% of the population, if not much more than that. But be that as it may, those are tough, long, hard wars. We did have Iraq in a very good position when our final combat forces left in late 2011. And tragically, the government of Iraq then pursued highly sectarian actions that undid a good bit of what it is that we all had fought together and sacrificed together to achieve. Regardless, those were tough. And I think you have lessons of the most visceral experiences that one has seen during one's lifetime. And this is a case where that is true. In fact, I wrote my PhD dissertation at Princeton on the American military and the lessons of Vietnam, another very tough war, which actually overshadowed some of what we did early on in Iraq, to its detriment, I would add as well.
Yeah, but do you think the fact that the US public is a bit war weary and they're fed up with these forever wars is the right driver to shape US foreign policy? Isn't it the wrong way round?
Well, it depends on what it is you're contemplating. I mean, Syria is not a long war for the United States. We have no boots on the ground. There's no intent to overthrow the regime, as was the explicit case in both Afghanistan, because the Taliban refused to turn over al-Qaeda. They were sheltering, and because, of course, the murderous regime of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. This is a totally different war. People should recognize that. I think President Trump has gone to some lengths to explain that, because there is a part of each party in the United States that is, again, absolutely averse to anything that would look like in Iraq or in Afghanistan again. But this is all part of understanding the domestic sources, the domestic factors that play into the determination of foreign policy, not just in the United States, but in any country.
And do you think President Trump should try to engage with Iran? Do you think the Trump administration will engage with Iran? I mean, there's talk about perhaps an Iranian delegation visiting the White House. Do you see that as likely?
Well, I think there should be some preliminaries before that happens, to be sure. But no, I think there should be engagement with Iran. It would be wonderful. Again, if the Iranian leadership could recognize how ruinous their policies have been for the people of Iran, 80% of whom presumably oppose what the regime has done and how it has gone about it. This is a country with extraordinary potential that has repeatedly failed to live up to that potential because they're too busy trying to cause mischief and problems and mayhem in other parts of the region. We should recognize, by the way, as well, that Israel is truly changed because of 10/7 in its strategic outlook. It will never again allow a threat to materialize, not just in neighboring countries, but also in the region if it has the capabilities that Iran has demonstrated. So I think absolutely they should sit down. They should absolutely give up their nuclear effort. If they want to do civilian nuclear power, we or others can provide the uranium to fuel that. But otherwise, they should have no nuclear enrichment, and the IAEA should have full rights to go anywhere at any time to verify that that establishment has been completely dismantled.
Aren't you concerned, though, that Israel has slightly overreached when you consider all of the campaigns that Israel's been involved in across the region, Yemen, Iran, Lebanon, Syria, the Palestinian territories? I mean, does that sound to you like overreach?
It sounds to me like the response of a country that has experienced the most horrible day in its entire history, the worst day for Jews since the Holocaust, the worst intelligence mistake in their entire history, and there were others, of course, the Yom Kippur War among them, the worst military readiness failure, the response was wholly inadequate, and the worst political miscalculation. And that's why I mentioned they have changed their strategic outlook, and I think that that is appropriate. Think about what took place on that day what they experienced, the losses. Keep in mind that we lost not quite 3,000 on 9/11. The equivalent losses for us of what they sustained for their population would be over 40,000 killed and 7,000 taken hostage. So no, I don't think that that is necessarily overreach. Iran has long been at the root of all of these problems as well, with its murderous proxies. I should note that hundreds and hundreds of American soldiers were killed in Iraq by the explosively formed penetrators that the Quds Force of the Revolutionary Guards Corps provided to Iraqi Shia militia who were funded, trained, and guided by those in Tehran.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, just to wrap up this conversation, overall, how would you rate the Trump administration on foreign policy? Does the world feel like a safer place with President Trump in the White House?
Well, I think it's still very much a work in progress. We saw an astonishing gathering of NATO leaders, for example, just last week. I don't think anyone ever could have imagined that a U.S. president could get NATO leaders to do what they did, which was to commit to not just 2% of GDP on defense, but to 3.5%. Yes, it's over a period of time, to be sure, but that is very, very encouraging. And for me in particular, having been a NATO guy, if you will, having a NATO hat position as a 1-star, 3-star, 4-star, while also having a U.S. hat, and having watched repeatedly presidents of either party in the U.S. rail at the insufficient spending on defense by Europeans, and all of a sudden you see them make that commitment. And it'll be 5% if you add in other ancillary actions and tasks that help support the movement of combat power to the Eastern Front, if you will, in Europe and so on. So I think that's very, very significant. The tariffs very much still out there waiting to be resolved. The sooner, of course, that they can be resolved, the better. The smaller that they are in general, also very much the better. That's still quite disruptive, and it creates enormous uncertainty among consumers in the United States as well as countries overseas that are dependent on trade with the United States. In the Middle East, I think, again, still very much a work in progress, but a very encouraging set of results from that particular work.
Okay, well, we've covered a number of topics. We could have covered a number more, but thank you very much in the meantime to General David Petraeus, former director of the CIA. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. Welcome to a W News special interview on Al Arabiya English. Carlos Ghosn, the former automotive executive once hailed as a turnaround genius for Nissan and Renault, has become a figure as notorious as he is celebrated. From leading major global car companies to a dramatic arrest in Japan and a daring escape to Lebanon, his career is marked by both remarkable achievements and controversy. Today, Ghosn joins us for a special interview, telling us he is the victim of the justice system of Japan and France and sharing his perspective on Lebanon's plans to normalize ties with Israel. Carlos Ghosn, thank you so much for joining us today. I just want to start with the fact that Nissan is currently facing significant financial challenges and appears to almost be going from bad to worse. What is your advice to the struggling car company you actually saved from bankruptcy?
Look, I think it's difficult to give any advice 7 years after having left the company in the conditions that you know. Because to give a good advice, you need to really analyze the data from inside. You need to understand exactly what are the weaknesses. You need to see the numbers. You need to see the executives. But the bottom line is, you know, that they should take very bold decisions in order to reshape the company. Because frankly, falling back to what was the company in 1999 or even worse is really, really very bad. So I think they're going to have to really establish a plan based on a very clear and realistic diagnosis of the situation, and then address the challenges one after the other. Now, what are these challenges? How deep they are? You need a much more thorough examination of the situation of Nissan for me in order to give you some good advice.
Let's talk about some bold decisions, because as part of Nissan's restructuring plan, they are focusing more on cutting costs than making cars, something very different to your vision when you were at the company. How damaging could this strategy be in the future?
You know, you cannot be saved through cost reduction. You cannot. I mean, you can be saved only with good products, good technology, geographical expansion, fighting on every market, you know, against the toughest competitor. But it may have to start with what I call a cost reallocation. That means you reduce cost where you have money which is not giving you results, and then you put it into what's going to ensure your growth or your profitability. So the reallocation of resources is very important, but it cannot be limited to that. After the reallocation of resources has to be done within a strategy. This strategy has to be based on products and technology. And obviously, you're going to have people facing challenges and not running out of them.
Now, many automotive companies are facing huge uncertainty since President Donald Trump announced 25% tariffs on car imports to the US. What do you make of the US president's taxes, and how damaging could they be?
Look, this was not a surprise. The tariff was not a surprise. We know that you know, the U.S. market, which is one of the largest market, probably the second largest market in the world, was importing much more car than exporting. And this has to be balanced. The President of the United States decided to balance it by imposing tariff, which mean making importing cars a little bit less competitive in the United States. So you have to deal with this. This is a reality. You can't escape the reality. You cannot whine about it. You cannot just blame this or that. You just have to reassess your strategy, of your sourcing strategy in function of that. And by the way, a lot of car manufacturers, particularly Japanese car manufacturers, are already reallocating their production in taking in consideration the tariff that have been imposed by the U.S. president.
And how are US auto tariffs shaking the global industry? And are more job losses possibly on the horizon due to this?
Well, I think job losses are linked to the total market. Total market is still growing. I mean, there are going to be changes in jobs. There will be probably more jobs in the United States and less jobs in Japan, or less jobs less jobs in Europe exporting to it. But I think a car manufacturer is going to have to reevaluate their supply chain, and that's what they're doing. Instead of, in a certain way, exporting to the United States from Japan or from Korea or from Europe, they are trying to build these cars in the United States, or eventually very near from the border of the United States, Mexico or Canada, in order to reduce the impact of tariff on their own product. This is a fair game. It is something that all car manufacturers have to face including General Motors and Ford, because you need to remember that they have a lot of plants also in Canada or in Mexico or even in Europe, and they are shipping to the United States. So this is something that is hitting the whole industry. And in fact, the people who are going to be winning are the more nimble, the one who are going to react fast, and they're going to do it in the most efficient way.
And looking at car production figures for 2024, China produced 31 million cars, more than 3 times the number produced by the US and about 4 times the number produced by Japan. Why is China dominating so much in this sector?
Well, China, it's a very interesting case. Some people say, well, China is the new Japan. They remember what Japan was in the 70s and the 80s and even in the 90s. But in fact, China is very different. And it's very different because while Japan has imposed itself on the market by adopting the system and by trying to be competitive within the existing system of supplying the automotive industry with their own approach of Kaizen, which means continuous improvement, basing on quality, on reliability, on lean manufacturing, and a lot of cooperation between the car manufacturer, the suppliers, and even the government. China has a completely different approach. China is not trying to adapt to the system. China is trying to change the system, to adapt, to put in place a system that is more in line with their own interest and their own talent. So they are trying to leapfrog the technology. They became masters in EV, taking advantage of the fact that the Japanese or the Koreans or even the Europeans were late on EV. They've developed a lot of technology in batteries. They're developing a lot of software. They're creating an ecosystem, a digital ecosystem. So the Chinese are trying to change this industry to their own benefit. On top of this, they have a huge cost advantage that they are, in fact, exercising in all the market. And there is a very, very strong coordination between the government, from one side, the industry, the infrastructure, and the financial system. So it makes really China a very strong actor that everybody's going to have to deal with for the years to come.
And it's so interesting because I just hear you talking there about why China is dominating. And I think one of the big questions at the moment is who's going to win the AI race? Is it going to be the US or is it going to be China? So I don't know what your thoughts on that are.
Well, it is unclear for the moment. Obviously, the US has a clear advantage, but the Chinese have already shown that they are taking the challenge. They are investing massively. They have a lot of talents. And they have a strategy which consists to really compete against the US in all the fields. So for the moment, I would say the US is in advance, but I don't know how long this is going to prevail. So the jury is still out.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the rise of Chinese cars we've just been talking about has been a significant shift in global automotive markets, of course. But which countries do you think will be more affected by this? Will it be the US? Will it be Europe? Will it be Mexico, Canada, Japan? What do you think is going to suffer the most?
Okay, let me give you my opinion. The first market which is going to suffer the most is going to be Europe. Mm-hmm. And why Europe? Europe has a strong, very strong engineering, but they are very weak on cost. Mm-hmm. And Europe had the very nasty habit to base themselves on regulation versus market. They have been on and off on electric cars. They've been on and off on batteries. And this is really very bad and weakening the European car manufacturers. So I think they're going to be the first victim of the Chinese onslaught on this industry. Second come Japan. And why Japan? Because Japan has been very late on EV until now. Even though Nissan was the leader into mass marketing electric cars, they lost this leadership because they were not focused on it, while Tesla was really advancing very hard. And now, as you know, BYD. Mm-hmm. So the fact that they have lost the race, they are losing the race on EV is very bad from Japan. And on top of this, the Chinese are beating them on cost in all the export market. I would position in third Korea, then eventually Canada and Mexico. But Canada and Mexico, having been mainly manufacturing base for other car manufacturer or American car manufacturer or Japanese car manufacturer, may become a base for Chinese manufacturer in the future. So I would say the big loser, Europe number one, Japan number two, followed by Korea. And the United States will be protected because, as you know, there is a tariff which is going to be give much more time for General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler to react. And also because they have strong brands, particularly when we come to light commercial vehicle or pickup truck. The U.S. market the American market are still very strong.
And let's talk a little bit about Tesla, because you mentioned it there, and it's had a real wild ride this year. We've seen the stock decline, and now it's reached new highs. What do you make of Elon Musk's vision and his short-lived moment in U.S. politics?
Well, first, Elon is a formidable entrepreneur. Having brought Tesla where it is today is remarkable. But Tesla is facing a challenge that it was an innovative company, and it has now to transform itself into a hard car manufacturer, competing with an industrial system. And this is where they have a risk when they are facing a company like BYD, because BYD is a close second in terms of innovation and in terms of new things that they are introducing with the electric cars, but they have a formidable competitiveness when it comes to vertical integration, when it comes to cost competitiveness, and also when it comes to investing into the technology that matters for electric car, which means mainly the battery and everything around the software. So it's going to be a very interesting challenge and competition to watch between Tesla from one side and the Chinese maker from the other side, headed by BYD.
And you were actually the first person to run two Fortune 500 companies, Nissan and Renault, at the very same time. How is AI going to change the world, Carlos, that we live in now? And do you use ChatGPT? Because the big question right now is what is going to be the difference when it comes to AI and to the future and jobs?
Yeah. Well, first, I think, yes, obviously AI is going to take a lot of jobs away, but at the same time, it's going to create a lot of jobs on the side. This is a story that we have seen many times. This time it's much more radical, but I'm not very pessimistic about the jobs evolution. I think the job evolution is going to find its way through new technology, new discovery, new needs that AI is going to facilitate. What AI is going to change in terms of management is it's going to empower managers. That means today the AI tool is going to allow people which are in management jobs to really have a much better decision making, much better data in order to make these decisions, and frankly a kind of sparring partner with which they can discuss. Obviously, the manager is going to always have to ask a question. He has to, at the end of the day, shape the strategy. So in my opinion, it's all positive in terms of management company and in terms of executive suites. But there's going to be some kind of job destruction from one side and a lot of job creation from the other side.
And you know something? I was just going to ask you a question. Do you think that there will be a driver's license in the future when we look to somewhere like 2050, let's say? Because driverless cars are really becoming a thing, but they're not widely used at the moment. So do you think someone like me eventually won't need to have a driver's license?
Yeah, you know, we have already a hard time making a provision for 2030, so you can imagine 2050, we are here in speculation. But let me give you my opinion. I think, yes, you will continue to need the driver license. Now, the driver license is not going to test what it used to test you in the past. It's going to be something very, very new, because even if you are into a robot taxi or in a completely autonomous car, you're going to have to be inside, or you're going to have somebody's going to have to own this product on the market. You have a problem of liability. So driving license or owning a car like this is going to require some tests to make sure that you're going to act safely and within the normal responsibility that everybody who owns a car needs to demonstrate.
I actually went to see one of those autonomous vehicles here in Dubai. They're absolutely fascinating, I must say that. But I still think, like you say, a driver's license is needed. And just another question looking to the future. And I want to talk a little bit about traditional fiat currencies. Do you think they'll still dominate? Or do you think new currencies like Bitcoin, which is obviously gaining in popularity, will be the new normal?
Look, it's very hard to answer your question, but what is absolutely sure is that near the fiat currencies, you're going to have cryptocurrencies, you're going to have gold or silver. I think all of them are going to exist for different needs and to protect people in different countries. So I'm expecting a kind of rise of the popularity of the cryptocurrencies, obviously with up and down and crisis, and it goes down, then go up, but the trend is going to be up, in my opinion. And look what's happening with gold. And each one of them has its own advantage. For example, one of the reasons for which gold is going up today is the fact there is some kind of defiance, not only from central banks in the world, but also from a lot of people across the globe against fiat currencies because of the indebtedness of the states and because of the difficulty that many important states in the economy have trouble to control their deficit. So people are a little bit scared. So some of them go to cryptocurrencies, but as you know, some people also are worried about cryptocurrencies because the cryptocurrency is a little bit virtual. So they like something a little bit more concrete. They go to gold. So holding physical gold is probably something which you have no intermediaries. You're sure that it's there, and you're sure you can be using it the day you need it. So my opinion, you're going to have all of this present, different needs, very, very difficult to try to imagine that in 25 years down the road, if one of them is going to prevail.
Yeah, it's so interesting because gold, of course, always been a traditional safe haven that people flock to at times of uncertainty. But I just want to turn our attention now to Lebanon, of course, where you live. How's life been treating you since you escaped Japan? And that was almost 7 years ago now.
Well, look, Lebanon is as you know, it's a martyr country. Under a lot of pressures from different angles. There is a financial crisis, there is an economic crisis, there is a social crisis, there is war on the border, there is a political crisis. So all kinds of crises exist in Lebanon. But beside that, this is a country which is beautiful, which has a lot of resources. It has a lot of talented people, unfortunately exercising their talent more outside the country than inside the country. So I think this is a country that when it will find stability, it will, rise. It will rise again. But nobody's able to predict when this will happen. Concerning myself, I'm enjoying the good part of Lebanon. Obviously, I'm not involved into politics. I'm involved into social work to help people who are in need. But mainly, I'm staying on the side of it. And because I'm staying on the side of it, I can enjoy the beauty of Lebanon. I can enjoy the warmth of its population. I can enjoy everything Lebanon has to offer for not only its population, but also for the people who have the courage to visit it in these circumstances.
And you, of course, know everything about crisis management. Do you think you'll ever be involved in the political scene in Lebanon?
No, I would not be involved, but I said I would be ready to help. Any person who would be legitimately elected to a responsibility, as long as they ask for this help, I'm ready to put my own experience to serve the country which hospitality has been great for me. I'm ready to do that. But involved into the political game, no, I'm not interested.
And do you think that Lebanon will ever normalize ties with Israel?
Well, I think that, in my opinion, yes, it will happen. Maybe not now, but it will happen in the future, because this is really a basic condition for Lebanon to rise again. As long as Lebanon is in a state of war and a state of conflict, it's going to be very difficult to see how people are going to be investing in and how the economy is going to be shaped up. I don't see how it has to happen. So we'll have to be patient to make sure that the stars are going to be aligned until peace, not only with Israel, but peace with Syria, peace with all the neighbors, peace in the region happens. So finally people take care of what matters, which is education, energy, employment, everything which matter for, for the citizens.
And Carlos, you've been ordered to stand trial in France next year alongside the culture minister over alleged corruption following a long-running investigation. You were, of course, the CEO of Renault. What do you make of these allegations against you?
Well, I have a difficulty to take them very seriously. Obviously, I'm not aware of all the investigation because I've been cut out of the file so far. I hope that one day they're going to give me the content of this accusation. But frankly, these accusations are based on two things: that this contract with Rashida Dati was secretive. I don't know how you can maintain a contract between a political figure and a large company like Renault secretive, because this person had to receive money every month. So you have treasury, you have control, you have auditors. She had to work inside the company. She contacted a lot of executives. So frankly, this allegation that it was a secretive contract, in my opinion, is not very serious. So hopefully we're going to be able to demonstrate it. The second one is they said that she was lobbying on behalf of Renault for the European, in the European Commission. She was a House representative of Europe, and there are 500 of them. And frankly, we didn't need one member between 500 to lobby for Renault. I was, I remind you, the head of the ACEA, which is the association of all the car manufacturers in Europe. So I had the European Commissioner directly online whenever I needed something. So it doesn't stand too much. And then the last thing is, whenever there is a crime, there is a benefit. So I was asking a very simple question. What was my benefit? If somebody benefited from these so-called crimes or alleged crimes, it's Renault. So how come that Renault is not in the box of the suspects or the accused, and I am dragged into this? The whole thing is very difficult to understand, but let's wait for the trial to see how this is going to be ending up. I think common sense will prevail, and I'm not very worried.
So you're denying the allegations against you, and you won't be going back for the trial, I'm guessing?
Well, I analyze the allegation. Usually when you're being accused of something, you have to analyze them to see if there is anything substantial or anything that makes sense. And frankly, from what I know, everything I analyze, in my opinion, doesn't stand a real analysis that hopefully will be made by the judge. But let's wait and see.
So, Carlos, you are now effectively exiled to Lebanon thanks to an Interpol red notice seeking your arrest. And I always wonder, and a question I would like to ask you, do you feel like you are the victim or do you feel like you're a villain?
What do you think? But this is an easy question to answer. I'm a victim. I've said it from the beginning for 7 years. I'm not saying I'm a victim, but I'm illustrating it with facts and illustrating it with data. I'm illustrating it with witnesses. I'm talking a lot about this case. Obviously, not a lot of people are interested today. They are more interested into what I can give in terms of management and in terms of experience. But this case is going to have to be dealt with the legal system in France. Without any doubt, I was victim of a plot. I can demonstrate it, and hopefully somebody not only will listen to it, but also will be able to make a decision on it.
And your future? You know, tell me a little bit of where you see yourself in the next 5 years. Do you think you'll still be in Lebanon? You're talking about people interested in your management skills. What are the future plans for you, Carlos Ghosn?
Look, that means my life in Lebanon, I'm happy with my life in Lebanon today. Obviously, I have a lot of opportunities to help and support a lot of people. Unfortunately, these opportunities are being handicapped by the fact that I cannot leave the country. And I cannot leave the country essentially because the Interpol red notice that you mentioned has been asked by Japan, and Japan is not going to release it because Japan usually after a red notice, because you are in a country which do not extradite their citizen, which by the way is not only the case of Lebanon, it's also the case of France or the case of Brazil, and I'm citizen of the 3 countries. Usually if you're really looking for justice, you transfer your file to the country where you are based in order to justice to be rendered. Well, a Japanese legal system dubbed by the United Nations a hostage justice system is not going to do that, because if they do that and we really defend it in front of an objective justice system, they may lose face. So I have to look for other means to get rid of this red notice, because I don't think a Japanese authority is going to be releasing it soon.
Carlos Ghosn, it was a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you so much for your time with me today.
Thank you.
Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Kyoto, Japan's former capital. You can perhaps consider it the quieter, quainter counterpart to Tokyo, which is known for future tech and skyscrapers. Kyoto is where you can experience the authentic Japanese culture no less. Here's how to get to know the city. First are the temples. The city is famous for its beautiful temples, and there are a lot of them you can visit. Kyoto, in fact, is called the City of 10,000 Shrines. The Kinkakuji, the Golden Pavilion, is perhaps the most notable one. It is considered Kyoto's most celebrated landmark. It has gold leaf walls that reflect the peaceful ambience around it, in the middle of a park of cherry trees. Next up is the Fushimi Inari Shrine, which is worthy in your must-visit list too. It is dedicated to Inari, the god of rice and business. You'll find it at the foot of Mount Inari, with woodland paths leading up to the mountain. Indulge in the breathtaking city views while you're at it too. Walk around the historic district called Higashiyama. This is where you'll find Kyoto's traditional wooden architecture. You can buy local crafts and feast on food-stall snacks. What you won't find here are elements that symbolize the 21st century lifestyle, such as telephone cables and poles. Quite interesting. And then there's the Philosopher's Walk. This is named after the 20th century philosopher Nishida Kitaro, who liked to stroll down the lane. The walk actually runs between the Ginkakuji, the Silver Temple, actually made of wood, and Nanzenji Temple. Walking through it will take about half an hour, but worth it especially during cherry blossom season. Delicate pink flowers are sometimes thrown over the canal. Last but not least is Kiyomizu-dera. This place is considered the star attraction of the Higashiyama district. It is a large temple dedicated to the goddess of mercy. It has a temple wooden terrace that's constructed entirely without nails. That's its most popular architectural feature. It's highly recommended that you visit during spring or autumn for spectacular views of the landscape. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello, and thank you very much indeed for joining us for this special interview on the sidelines of the IISS Manama Dialogue here in the Bahraini capital. Well, I'm joined now by Dr. Konstantinos Kombos, who is the Cypriot Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to Arabiya English.
Thank you very much.
You gave an address at this summit in which you focused on the threat posed by Russia, Iran and the Houthis. What was your call to action?
The point I was making was that we're facing, in general, a threat because of the situation in the Red Sea. This is affecting maritime navigation, it's affecting economies, and at the same time, there is not the same kind of horizontal or level playing field in the sense that the impact is not shared in the same way. One has to look at the insurance premiums. It's obvious that there is some preferential treatment taking place. So my call for action was basically we need a strategy. We need to raise the issue that this is important and affecting our interests collectively. And right now, I don't believe we have a coherent strategies to the military, the political, the financial, all the various aspects that could make up for a comprehensive strategy.
Yemen is not exactly next to Cyprus. It's about 2,000 kilometers away from your country. So why are the Houthis and their activities such a focus for you, and why were they such a focus of your address?
If we take as a yardstick the geographical proximity, Yemen is closer to us in terms of distance than Brussels. But more important than that is the fact that we have a very strong shipping sector, 11th largest commercial fleet in the world, third in terms of ship management in the world, around 20% of the ship management that takes place is through Cyprus. So we are very much affected like everyone else. The problem we have is not with any specific kind of factor, is with the fact that maritime navigation has been affected. And this is something that we cannot take lightly. We need to take the necessary course of action to make sure that our interests are protected and try and find the best possible way of doing it. At the moment, I don't think we have calibrated our approach, taking into account the positions of the regional actors, the regional players that are very much affected directly by this. So we need to come together and have the conversation, at least have the conversation and start from that.
Cyprus is less than 1,000 kilometers away from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And as you're speaking to Arabiya English, I just wondered if you could tell us, how would you characterize the relationship between Cyprus and Riyadh?
I believe we have a very strong relation. Just recently in New York in September during the General Assembly High-Level Week, we signed a general cooperation agreement, which is something that's very important in institutional terms for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We are having regular contacts with my counterpart and at various other levels. The whole point is for us, we need to accelerate and deepen rather the relation. There is plenty of opportunity for both sides. Cyprus is the bridge, if you like, between Europe and the Middle East and the Gulf. There are many interesting projects and potential in terms of the future direction. The region is not just about crisis, it's about opportunities. And there are connectivity projects, energy projects, various opportunities for investment and for collaborating. So we're extending this thought process towards our Saudi friends, and we're continuing the intense dialogue we already have to try and make this yield tangible results and outcomes for both our peoples.
Another relationship I'd like to ask you about is the fact that Cyprus recognized the state of Palestine a very long time ago, in 1988. You also have close ties with Israel. I'm wondering, how does Cyprus lever those unique relationships to try to ease the tensions?
We have excellent relations both with all the Arab countries and with Israel. And this, we believe, puts us in a rather unique position in terms of also being a member state of the European Union. So these are not relations that have been formed or cultivated in the last 2 or 3 years. These are relations that have been growing for a number of years. They are built on trust, of course on mutual interest and honesty. And we have been consistent in our approach and we are predictable in our approach. So this enables us to sometimes be more frank and open when we talk to our counterparts, to our friends from the region and say, what do you think is right, wrong in our personal opinion. So we're trying to be a facilitator. We're trying to be a country that is friendly to everyone in the region, simply because we believe that we cannot change geography and we have no other option than to work together. The potential is so much, it's there, and we need to take the maximum use out of it.
The US President Donald Trump has been extremely active in trying to broker peace between the two sides. He had his 20-point plan. I gather your president had 6 points of his own. What has been Cyprus's involvement in this particular aspect of the peace process?
Let me first start by saying that the plan by President Trump has basically been something that is giving hope to the region. It's a remarkable achievement. We need to make sure now it's been fully implemented. My president's positioning in relation to this was how we can move into the implementation phase. And in relation to the 20 points, in relation to 6 of those points, we believe that Cyprus can have its own small contribution. We're not pretending that we're going to solve or apply or implement the whole plan, and no one can do it on its own, but we believe you need to have synergies. And there are sectors like reconstruction in terms of security, there are sectors, parts of the plan that we could be relevant because of geography, because of the excellent relations that you mentioned earlier with all the stakeholders. So we're trying to build up on what we have already been doing in terms of the humanitarian front through the maritime humanitarian corridor that we have been using for a long time now. Around 30,000 tons of aid have reached Gaza through Cyprus. So we're continuing on that basis, and we're also trying to leverage whatever we can in terms of the relation we have with Israel and the other regional partners to make sure that we can contribute to the implementation of the plan to a limited way and subject, of course, to the situation as being developing on the ground.
While we're talking about Israel, there have been numerous reports in the newspapers, including an expose run by Haaretz newspaper, an Israeli newspaper, shining a light on what it described as Israel's attempt to create a so-called backyard in Cyprus. They're talking about the Israeli buying of land parcels, property, and so on. Are you concerned that your country's neutrality could be affected by these developments?
Cyprus neutrality is well established. It's part of our very careful balancing between the various conflicting, in some cases, parties. Yes, there is a strong relation with Israel, like there is with Egypt, with Jordan, with Saudi Arabia, with every country in the Gulf. So we are one of the very few countries in the European Union that has diplomatic missions in all the countries in the Gulf. So it's not like it's a pick of choose situation. Yes, there is Israeli presence, like there is presence from many other countries. It's about attracting investment. It's about being a center for the provision of services and a center for a popular destination for tourism. So part of it is also misinformation campaigns. We have heard in the past from various proxies that have targeted Cyprus, trying to create their own narrative in relation to the island. But I believe that, like every country, we have the right to define ourselves and how we position ourselves. And I don't think it's in anyone's right or privilege, if you like, to have the capacity to paint us in any color they want. We are having our own approach, our own foreign policy for the best interest of the Republic of Cyprus primarily, then the European Union and our region as the closest partner to that region from the European continent.
And just lastly, Dr. Komos, Cyprus is going to take over the presidency of the EU in January. One of your priorities, I know, is migration. Just tell us, what do you think overall Cyprus is going to bring to the table?
Cyprus is going to try and bring to the table the excitement and the enthusiasm of a small state that has a presidency. For us, it's a huge challenge, and we're going to try and work the maximum of our capacity to come through as an honest broker. We also want to make sure that the focus turns to other issues, not only on Ukraine, which will remain the top priority, of course, for us, but to this region as well. And the region not just as a crisis hotspot, but also as a land of opportunity. Maritime security, very important for us. Migration, very important for us. We're trying to put on the agenda issues that are perhaps being neglected because of everything else that is happening around the world. So let me clarify, this is going to be a presidency that is very much focused on the priorities of the European Union per se. We have the MFF, which is basically setting up the financial situation in Europe for the next few years. We have to negotiate that. Ukraine, how we can ensure the resilience and the support, our support towards Ukraine. And then we also have the shifting or the sharing of the focus also in relation to this part of the world.
We wish you and Cyprus all the best with taking up that EU presidency. Thank you very much indeed for your time, Dr. Konstantinos Komos, Cypriot Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And thanks to you for watching this special edition here on Arabiya English.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. That marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility. In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
أهلا بكم. لم تكن العلاقة بين موسكو.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.